what we're seeing. Most of you have been involved in these conversations, but some things that we're seeing a lot of, which will be good reminders, kind of how we're seeing COVID affect some of the philanthropy pieces, and then sharing good news. We're getting money in the door to help build this clinic, so it's a good thing. All right, what are we seeing out there? So it's a friendly
Let
reminder.
me let me ask. Was this supposed to be executive?
No, sir.
Okay, good.
If we have questions that require that, we can go into executive session with the time we have, but let's hear first maybe.
So some good news and things that are playing well are they're just very new to a lot of people we're talking around, and that's the 5-year pledge. So we're seeing a lot of people, we have to remind them 2 or 3 times that no, if you would go big with this, you can pay it over 5 years. Once people get the grounding in that, they can see themselves doing more. We align that 5-year pledge also with the enterprise zone tax credit. And that's another thing people are kind of taking home and saying, okay, this I can do more because the tax incentives are more than what I would usually get. And again, that's the enterprise zone tax credit, where basically you get 25 cents for every dollar you give as a tax credit that you can take off your Colorado taxes next year. So if you did this one with Beth, if you gave me $1,000 today, next year you would get a tax credit of $250 to use against your Colorado taxes. So we're seeing a lot of people start to really look at that, which is great. And I think for us as a team, just reminding people it's a 5-year pledge. Don't forget about the tax credits. Please do what you can. The last piece is the match. People are really responding to the Colorado Health Foundation match and seeing what they can do. The overall piece is what we're seeing is the reality of where we are today. People are giving, but they're doing a really good job of saying, hey, listen, I want to go as big as I can on this, but right now, because of COVID and the economy, I'm going to commit to a certain level that I know I can do now, but please feel free to come back to me because I'd like to do more if I can. So we're seeing quite a bit of that with the gifts that we've kind of come in, which is a really good thing given all the dynamics with COVID. Our friend and partner at Colorado Health Foundation and El Pamar, who's also given, have been very impressed in how much philanthropy we've already raised. So I think they're seeing our community really step up, and they're appreciative of that. COVID dynamics. I had a good conversation with a gentleman by the name of Matt Carpenter, a great guy down at El Pamar Foundation. He'd originally said we should request 100,000. That was pre-COVID. They gave us 25,000. And so I called him up and said, can you just walk me through your thinking here? He and other similar foundations are simply saying, either we got to go big with a few, or we're going to spread it out to get everybody through this next kind of run and impact of COVID. So that's what they chose to do. They thought our application was great. They thought the project was fantastic, but we're just monitoring that from a philanthropic side. We'll probably see another wave of changes come through the next year once all the endowments kind of settle for the foundations and they get a better sense of what the future looks like. And foundations are starting to unlock their kind of, we went into COVID mode. Now let's see what the next year is going to be like. And COVID mode was simply, we're kind of pausing everything until we figure out what we need to do for COVID. I think now we've kind of settled into more of a rhythm. So we'll see how that impacts philanthropy, probably mid to late next year, mostly. And so the good news, want to share some good news. Total project, including acquisition of lands, about 7.1 million. As of today, including the DOLA funds, the Early Colorado Health Foundation, including the full match that we're counting, we're at $4,401,000 in commitments and revenues in the door. And again, I think one of the things we need to celebrate is the strategy that you all employed, which was, let's go get as much money from outside the community as possible, and then go to our community and see if we can close this thing out. We still have some work we're doing outside the community, but more and more we're going inside the community, and we're seeing the results of that. The Colorado Health Foundation match, we just submitted our first report for $258,500, so $258,500 that Colorado Health Foundation will be looking at to match, and we'll get that check hopefully before the end of the year. Any other thoughts or questions on that? Otherwise, I'm going to share some of the people that have just come in. Okay. Some people to be thankful for. As we know, Chip Bear and his efforts and his team have come in for our 100,000, kind of set the bar level for the community. That's been a great thing that people are very excited to hear about. So he's in for 100,000. The Betcher Foundation, Cindy got in contact with these folks and they've done $50,000. We had several people call from our community who happen to know people at the Betcher Foundation, reached out to them, told them about the impact and why they're supporting this. And I think that really helped as well. The El Pomar Foundation, we actually got 2 gifts from the El Pomar Foundation. One was the $25,000 for the construction. The other was an additional $10,000, which was an allocation from the regional council fund. We can thank Tim Mock and the regional council for that. As we know, Al Fry and his family and company came in early with $10,000. We talked about another construction guy, Craig Abramson. He and Danis come in for $10,000, which was a great gift for them. Then each of the commissioners, thanks, you're each in for 10. Tim Mock last week went from 5K to 10K because he realized he could spread it out over 5 years. And then Jim Pasula and the Pasula Group are in for 3,500. So that's part of our first request that go in. We'll keep working with people, but really the charge right now is how do we raise the next $1 million? We think we'll probably get 250 of that from outside the community, but we really need a handful of people to kind of lead the way to that next $1 million in Clear Creek County so we can close out that match from Colorado Health Foundation.
Aren't you leaving off an important person, Rob?
Mean Lilith and the Henderson team?
Oh, I thought I saw your name on that list.
Yeah, my name's on that list, but I'm in for 10. This is a great project. Like it's a rare project to see this happen. And again, I'm going to geek out a little bit here. It's rare that a community, a rural community that can put together something of this quality and has done the work to get as much outside community money first. So.
Thank you, Rob. Really appreciate that. And it's nice to know you. It's nice when you've got your heart in your work, and it appears, and not only from that contribution, but from your enthusiasm throughout. That's the case.
You've got a good team to work with. Heads up, this is for planning purposes. Lilith and I have been talking, and we'll start looking at details and stuff. But in July is kind of the month window we're looking at for a grand opening. I reached out to the team at Alliance Construction to say, can you give us a month to kind of anchor around? So we'll be ahead of the game a little bit more as we go into that. And hopefully that'll be mask free if possible. All right. Thanks, everybody. Any questions or thoughts before I call it a day?
Thanks for jumping in with us and contributing, and thanks to everybody who's contributed. I mean, I think that this project continues to show its value and build support and build momentum. And we've had some great leadership gifts, and I hope that momentum continues.
Yep. And just, I want to close on the level of giving, no matter how many times I've done campaign, is always directly related to the impact the project's going to have on people's lives. And sitting down with the people that have got, you've given early because you get it, but everybody on this list has said in no uncertain terms the impact that they know is going to happen when this thing gets running. And many of these people have been part of this concept and project for, excuse me, for years. Okay, thanks everybody.
Hey, Rob, before you leave, I just wanted to mention, I think everyone on the call is aware of this, but we also are working with Colorado Colorado Gives Day, and we've got a link on our website. So anyone that wants to contribute as part of the Colorado Gives Day, please go on our website, look at the link, and we're hoping to get some contributions from that event as well. And you can contribute to Colorado Gives Day at any point in time. It doesn't have to be on that specific day.
Yep. Yep, Colorado Gives Day is the big day, but this is our platform of choice for those that want to give online. So this will be the platform throughout the whole campaign. And you can do a one-time, you can do multi-year pledging. It's about as simple as you get. So thanks, Keith.
And actually, Rob, I'm pretty sure today, later in the agenda, maybe it's at 12:30, we have Kelly Duncan from Colorado First Foundation, or sorry, Community First Foundation, doing a brief presentation for us.
Great. They're a great organization. Okay, enjoy the snow, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, great setting for gratefulness to be expressed.
Thanks, Rob.
We have used 18 minutes of our 60 minutes that we allotted for our health clinic fundraising update today. Rather than go into break, though, it seems like we could use the time more fruitfully because it's going to be a long day. And I wondered if we wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, for example, to move up an executive session on a couple of legal items that we had. Bob, I don't know if you're prepared for that because we didn't talk about you jumping in this early in the morning with that. But if you are, or the other commissioners are willing as well, we could go ahead and use this time for that unless someone has a better idea of how to use it.
I could talk about a couple of them, but one of them, I need some people, and I had lined them up for 1 o'clock. So,
Oh, okay. All right.
So we could, if you want, we could do a couple of them, get
Why
them
don't
out of the way.
You want to do that and get them out of the way rather than just turn off our pictures and go drink coffee for a while. So, yeah, if we'd like to do that, then I move that we move into executive session for the following reasons.
Discussion of the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, sale of any real property pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub A.
There's also a few intergovernmental conversations related to negotiation that I think we could probably touch on if we have time before 10.
Oh, okay. Then determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, or determining negotiating strategies, or instructing negotiators pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub E.
Second.
Good call. Thanks, Sean. We will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept of the session, and I presume we'll be receiving a link any second.
Well, maybe not second, but shortly, very soon. I'll get it out to you.
Soon. Very well.
Did you vote?
I don't think so.
Oh, all in favor? Oh, we still have a quorum. Aye.
All right. We'll see you on the other side.
Thanks. We have concluded our executive session and no written minutes were kept of the session. And now I'm going to declare a 60-second break because we finished it right at the hour.
Ow.
Brent, you might want to mute.
Good morning, Amy.
Good morning, George.
Brent, you've got a mic, buddy.
Sorry.
No worries.
We are back in session. Our next item, and we have concluded, I already said that, we've concluded our executive session. I did that when I got back before you guys got here. Our next item is consent agenda. Consideration of approval of the warrant register and is item number 1. Item number 2 is consideration of approval of resolution 20-110, a resolution to designate the Clear Creek County office's 2021 holiday schedule. Do we have any need to discuss either one of those issues?
Move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 We're within a minute. We can do this. Next item is a public hearing to present the 2021 Clear Creek County budget. Brent Worthington, that's due to go at 10:05. That's a pretty official thing, so it should be done on time, but this is pretty close to on time, I think.
Close enough, in my opinion. We share my screen. For members of the board, this should look extremely familiar at this point. For the benefit of public and other interested parties, we have created a draft of the 2021 budget. That draft is posted on our website for anyone's scrutiny at any time. This year, in deference to the pandemic and stay-at-home quarantine requirements, we chose not to make hard copies available because we didn't want people coming in and exposing themselves and possibly exposing others to the virus. But I think that by now, pretty much everybody that wants to see the budget can see it online. This has been a very interesting and I think very productive and, from my perspective, very enjoyable budget process this year. We were able to work much more closely with the elected officials throughout the process, which really made it a lot easier because we got direction as we went along. I also want to acknowledge the management team at the county. We were tasked with a difficult situation due to revenue declines. Now and projecting in the future, we needed to reduce expenditures by a significant amount, and we were able to do that. And I'm pleased to say that this year, for the first time in quite a few years, as far as I've looked back, we are presenting a balanced operating budget. And I'll talk a little bit about the difference between an operating budget and a total budget. We really like, and best practices indicate that governmental entities should be able to cover operating expenses with the revenue, at least in the general fund. And this year's budget has done that. So that's very good news. We're no longer preparing and presenting a budget that shows an operating deficit, and that indicates pretty strong movement in our budgeting practices. And again, that's thanks to the efforts of a lot of people within the county. If I can get this in, oh, there we go. As I said, general fund operating expenditures have gone down by $645,000, or 3% in operating expenditures, giving us a $23,000 operating surplus, meaning the budget is in balance. In fact, it's got a small surplus. And then we did a very careful review of requested capital projects. The review was conducted by the Capital Committee and by the Board of County Commissioners. And we feel like we're able to fund capital projects that are necessary for either life safety issues or protection of capital assets at a level of $454,000, which is almost exactly a $1 million decrease from the 2020 capital budget. So we've tightened things up considerably. There will be capital needs that will be deferred to the future and will need to be addressed at some point, but it's nothing that's going to result in a building to collapse or people's lives to be put in danger. So that's also good news. Every year we present the county, the accounting funds that we use within the county. There are two new ones this year down here at the bottom: the Collaborative Care Clinic Construction Fund and the Debt Service Fund. The construction fund is where we will track and post the construction costs for the collaborative care clinic. The debt service fund is where we will accumulate cash and make debt service payments as we begin paying down the money that we borrowed in order to finance the construction of the clinic. This is kind of small, but it's an important summary of the budgets, the comparative budgets for all of these funds as to revenue and as to expenses over the 3-year period. You'll notice that this year it looks like we've got a pretty significant deficit. That's due entirely to the cost of the clinic. And I just noticed a misplaced decimal point down here in debt service. We are not paying $5.6 million in debt service this year. I believe we're paying $564,000. So I'll make that correction and that'll look a lot better. Mill levy.
A question on that slide before we move on.
Sure.
I see, I'm having a little trouble tracking the lines, but I think it's public health revenues had 0 in the 2019 and 2020 budgets and 5 million in next year's.
Oh, I think you're looking at the collaborative care clinic, which is right below public health.
Oh, okay. Well, then that explains itself. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Mill levies. We split this out for purposes of clarification and illustration to show the total percent of the property tax revenue that goes to each fund and the allocated mill levy for each fund. The total, of course, being 35.156 total mill levy for the county. This slide should be pretty familiar to everyone by now. I think we've seen it for the last at least 3 years, maybe longer than that. This is the property tax revenue trend with a significant downward slope due primarily to the decrease in production at the Henderson mine. This one shows continued decrease moving forward from 2021. And there might be a glimmer of hope for some good news. I spoke with the CFO at the Henderson mine who said that they believe that they're going to be flattening their production over the next 10 years or so, which could cause this curve to flatten out sooner than we had projected. This projection shows continued decline out to 24 with then a basic flattening. So after the first of the year, I'm going to sit down with the CFO and work through some numbers and see if I can't update this slide to, maybe take advantage of their production stabilizing sooner than this slide shows. But since I haven't had a chance to have that conversation, I decided to go ahead with this slide because, again, it shows kind of a conservative worst case vision of property tax. But this might be flattening out sooner than we had projected in previous years.
Hey, Brent, or maybe Keith, I know the CPP was last week, exactly a week ago while we were engaged in our board meeting, but I believe we sent some representation. Did we get any sort of a production update from Henderson that may have shed some light on any changes from COVID or anything else?
And I know Chris Kraus attended the meeting or participated in the meeting, and I'm still awaiting her notes. But my assumption, Sean, is that it's going to reflect pretty much what Brent has just said. I know that in the past quarterly meetings, the mine manager, Stuart, has always said that, yeah, they anticipate continuing production at the current level. And, you know, some of the unknown is what the price of moly is going to be in the future. But my impression from the past few quarterly meetings is that it's relatively stable. So I would concur with what Brent was just saying.
And I did ask that specific question about a response to the pandemic in my conversation with the CFO, and he said that they have worked things out at the mine so that they can continue their level of production basically unaffected by COVID restrictions due to their ability to socially distance and provide personal protective equipment to the mine workers. So
last quick question for you. And I know Stuart and then Dave, the mine manager, always talk about this range of production, right? They have kind of like a lower band and an upper band based on their staffing model, and that they're already at their lower band right now. Can you confirm that that is the case? And then it sounds like the potential upside is there may be the opportunity for them to move up their production off of, you know, within that band. Is that what you heard?
I didn't get into those specifics.
Yeah, okay.
That's my understanding, Sean, from again, just my past discussions and observations, but that's my understanding as well.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Okay. Impact of the property tax decline, again, we will be looking at the need to continue tightening over the next couple of years. I think that with the inroads we've made this year, we might not need to be as drastic over the next 2 years. So we might be able to stabilize expenditures with a continued effort to make strategic budget cuts in places where we identify programs that can either be reduced, combined, or eliminated. We made good use, I believe, of the priority-based budgeting tool that we have for this year's budget. We'll continue that into the next year and probably the 2023 budget process as well. So we can't relax yet, but I think that we're hopefully over the hump. I think that we were all holding our breaths collectively, and I know I was individually waiting for the election results from the 2020 election. And the fact that the Gallagher Amendment has been repealed eliminated an immediate threat to our property tax revenue by eliminating the need to reduce the residential assessment rate in order to comply with Gallagher. So that's big news. That's very good news. And in the absence, if that had not been repealed statewide, then we would have been needing to make more extreme budget cuts next year, and we don't have to do that now. So that's good.
Actually, I have another question around that. Brent, does that mean that we are going to see the status quo, or is there going to be a positive change? Because I remember 1A had some complexity associated with it that potentially slowed the decrease on the retail side, or the homeowners retail side, and it still had increases on the commercial side. What is the effect of B passing at a statewide level?
Well, as I understand it, there's no need, there's no pressure to reduce residential assessment rates. So residential property will see growth in property tax based on reassessments. And on the commercial side, as commercial rates are reset, assuming a growing economy and increasing values in commercial property, which I hope that that's a good assumption, we can see increased property taxes on the commercial side as well. So for our tax revenue, repeal of the Gallagher Amendment is good news as long as we're in a growing economy and as long as we're in an appreciating residential real estate environment. Of course, with the COVID-related impacts to the macro economy, and as those filter down to the local economies, there's certainly no guarantee, and in fact, there's probability that we will not see growth on the commercial side, and we might see a dip in commercial valuations. Hopefully they'll be relatively temporary, and hopefully we'll go back to strong economic growth quickly. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a dip.
And I just remembered the answer to that. 1A was more complicated because it essentially was designed to counteract the effects of Gallagher if B didn't pass. Now B basically just removed Gallagher, and so we are back to the status quo. So sorry for my brief confusion there.
The only other thing I'd add on this topic is that I perceive significant risk in the mid-long term to the state reducing the commercial assessment rate, which is something that we could address locally. I don't think we need to indulge that conversation here.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to keep on the radar screen as we look ahead. Okay. This is a breakdown of the general fund structurally, and this informs the next few slides. Total revenues have changed from 21 million in the 2019 actual down to a projection of 17.7 million. So that's the bad news. The good news is that expenditures, well, we're not at that slide yet, but the good news is that expenditures have also decreased to pace that revenue decrease. Now we're getting into the more detailed accounting of the budgets by business unit, looking first at the elected officials, which in keeping with the trend of the change from the 2020 budget to the 2021 proposed is significant. And again, strong kudos to the sheriff's office. They decreased their expenditure budget by almost $500,000. They dug in on this and did some really good work to go through their budget and give us back what we needed in order to create this balanced budget. So good job to the sheriff and his staff.
Brent, I had a quick follow-on about that, because I remember last time we talked about this, I believe Diane from the sheriff's office you and her had a little bit of a difference of opinion about some line items. Did you guys get on the same page with that?
Yeah, we did. We worked that out. Administrative, we were able to shave a little over $100,000. off of the 2020 budget. And capital, again, as I mentioned, in 2020, the budget was 1.45 million. For 2021, it's 0.45, or it's $454,000. So that took $1 million out of the capital budget.
I had a real quick question a couple slides ago, the commissioner budget, and I think most people know that our salaries are set. I don't know if I would say in statute, but it's basically, it was set by the legislature. It went down by $60,000, which is a significant number. What happened, or what is reflected there? How did that work?
As I recall, we were actually, you'll see in 2019, the actuals came in at 338,000. So we kind of set off against the actuals in 2019 in order to set the 2021 budget. I could go back and look at the detail on that, but I think we had some places where we were over budgeted in 2020. I was able to build projections for 2020 total expenses as of the end of the third quarter. And those projections for 2020 actuals were more consistent with the 2019 actuals. So we brought down the specific line items to conform with what we're looking at.
On that line
I'd
item,
have to go back and look at the detail in order to define that.
thanks. On that line item, I was, yeah, I mean, that's not just our salaries, obviously, but it's more than that. Which would explain the over budgeting, because our salaries are pretty predictable. And our salaries come out to be about 230-40 if you just look at the raw salary itself combined.
Right.
But isn't like some of Beth's time allotted to us along with other overhead benefits? And then I know we had just a few other, I mean, you know, we took the lobbying trip to Washington, DC, which didn't happen this year, but I mean, we're talking, you know, $5,000, pretty small numbers there.
Right. Travel expenditures for in-state meetings and stuff too.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's like 60 or 50,000 is, you know, kind of a significant number. I was just curious.
Yeah, actually, I do. I've got the detail pulled up on my other screen. Dues and registration came down pretty significantly. Travel and subsistence. So yeah, it was 2 or 3 different line items that we were able to decrease. Operating supplies came down by about $12,000. So in total, that made a pretty good dent in that budget.
All right, thanks.
So the
sorry, Brent, just a quick question on, I have some questions that might not come up in your slides, just questions from reading the proposed budget. Am I going to have time at the end of this slideshow to ask those, or
sure,
when do you
yeah.
think I should? Okay.
You can ask them now or you can ask them later.
I'm happy to wait. I just wanted to make sure that I would have time.
Okay. Moving on to the road and bridge. We saw some decline in property tax, and we'll see the overview of this budget in the next slide. Property tax at $1.9 million. That was a decrease from $2 million last year. The HUDF, the highway users tax has decreased. Other taxes are, you know, there's a little bit of an increase, as I recall, but not nearly enough to offset these 2 revenue sources. And then we're looking at expenditures of $4.7 million, broken out between construction, maintenance of equipment, snow and ice removal, and administration. So here's that the detail on that. We had an interesting conversation yesterday with Road and Bridge staff, looking out into the future of their budget from the perspective of needed capital projects over the next 10 to 20 years. And the difficulty of the Road and Bridge Fund budget is that there's very little revenue that's controllable by the county. Property tax, we can theoretically increase property tax revenue, but of course that requires a Tabor election in order to do that. And so that's subject to the will of the voters. The other taxes, specific ownership, highway users tax, those are set by agencies outside the county. And so we can't control those revenues. And the rest, the licensing fees and charges for services, we do theoretically have some control over that, but they're a very insignificant amount of the total revenue. So looking ahead, we're in a constrained budget here because we have to match our expenses to our revenues. That's true throughout the budget. But we're also at the mercy of forces outside of our control in order to move the revenue. So it's a hard situation. I think that we're going to want to bring a conversation to the board pretty quickly about looking at ways to address property taxes in order to provide funding for the needed capital improvements and capital repairs. So anyway,
Brent, I'm sorry, let me interject just to let the board know that we've already set up a work session. I think it's in mid-December to have that specific discussion about options relative to Road and Bridge, primarily the capital budget for projects, road projects. So we're going to be having that conversation within the next month. And we just need to get the discussion going, the conversation started or continued, because we've already started the conversation. Yeah. But I was very impressed yesterday in listening and talking with Carl and Stoy and Julie. They have put a lot of effort and time and analysis into what we need to do relative to the construction budget, the capital budget. So we're anxious to have that conversation with the board, which will occur within the next month.
I have a quick question. Maybe it's for Randy. Is there any realistic hope of a Hail Mary being caught from the Colorado General Assembly when it comes to state dollars to help counties anytime in my second and last term?
I don't know. I don't know. Things are in such flux right now. It's hard to tell.
You know, that was one of the things we talked about yesterday. But the question I posed to Carl and his team was, what kind of conversation is occurring within the CARS group, which is the State Association of Road Supervisors? And the response from Carl was that essentially every county, especially every small rural county, is having the same challenge. So it very well could be that at some point in the not too distant future, we're going to have conversations with the state legislature to see if there's any kind of assistance or revenue source that could be coming from the state to the counties. At this point, I wouldn't count on it. knowing what the state budget looks like and, some of the challenges that they're facing. But I know that conversation is ongoing with the road and bridge supervisors throughout the state.
And I'm really not trying to be coy. It's just that like at CCAT and at CCI, I mean, the conversations are so big picture right now about what they're trying to accomplish, because the state has responded with recently with the idea that they need to get out and really throw some more money out there, because all the counties are going to be hurting because of COVID and commerce. And so they're trying to do things that can help people stay afloat, but it seems like it's more focused on bailing out people and businesses. And at some level, there is some thought of infrastructure, whether it's federal and state level for things that seem like we wouldn't be able to afford them. Actually, both in terms of forest treatments and recreation management and everything, they're kicking around some high level ideas of they almost function as jobs programs, like WPA and CCC, and that, replicating that service, but I've heard nothing specific.
I know I'm not holding my breath for a statewide solution to our local roads problem.
Right.
No, and I mean, we're just going to have to be very careful on how we budget the limited resources that we have. And speaking of that, you can see that, again, Road and Bridge did a great job on the construction line item. Last year and in prior years, we budgeted basically a placeholder of $1.4 million. And they agreed to knock $500,000 off of that. So we're bringing into the 21 budget capital projection of $950,000. And then another pretty big line item that has gone down is capital expenses for equipment. And that comes from a conversation that we had with the board earlier in the summer to enter into lease financing for big ticket equipment purchases so that we spread the cost over 5 years. It's a lease to own kind of an arrangement, so that instead of paying $200,000 up front for a piece of equipment, we'll acquire the equipment and spread that payment over 5 years. So that's $40,000 out of each budget for the next 5 years. Really allows for better budget management and preservation of fund balance because of our ability to spread that cost out. At some point it catches up, but for now, it's a really good way of bringing that budget back under control. And you can see down here the impact on the bottom line. We're still running a deficit, but it's over $1 million less of a deficit than in the 2020 budget. So again, kudos to the Road and Bridge staff for coming through and coming to the table and really working with us to get a handle on this budget. Wow, I didn't know that there was an effect here. So looking ahead, again, we'll continue our efforts to look to revenue opportunities. I don't think I like revenue increases because, again, we have such little ability to control significant revenue amounts. But anything we can do marginally to maximize our revenue potential, we need to continue those efforts. And then the basic model for tightening the expenditure budget, no new services, programs, or projects without a funding source. And that funding source has to be real. I mean, we can't just say, yeah, we think this is going to pay for itself. We're going to need to establish and document exactly how that program would pay for itself. We'll continue to use the priority-based budget model to fine-tune specific programs. No new FTEs. And then again, I mean, we have to put this in here because nothing's off the table. If it becomes necessary, we'll have to look at FTE reductions. And again, my preference is to do that through attrition. But since personnel costs comprise 60 to 70% of our budget, that's where the highest leverage point is in terms of reducing expenditures. So.
Brent, this is Keith and board. Just to add on to what Brent was saying relative to the organization and just organizational structure, number of the number of FTEs and looking at the service levels and the functionality, we are really diving deep into that evaluation and that analysis. And just wanted you all to know that, we've had a lot of discussion, I should say, relative to our structure and what that might look like. And we're looking at doing some restructuring within the organization and kind of reevaluating, recalculating, so to speak, looking for assurances that we are providing efficient service levels. And that might mean that we're going to be changing some of our service levels. So I just wanted you to be aware that that's a continuation or a continued process, a continual process of really looking at organizational structure and efficiencies. And that does include FTE. So I just wanted to let you know that that's ongoing.
I think this might be a good place, Brent, for me to, I have just a couple of observations about the proposed budget. First,
Wait. I'm partially kidding. Let me just make note of the next steps. We will have another public hearing tonight at 6:30. Budget adoption is scheduled for December 15th. And then I will submit to the state by January 31st, probably well before that. Now, George.
okay, thank you. For a second, I thought you were joking. So first, I see that we have budgeted in our revenues for gaming grants.
Yeah.
My understanding is that the state is not swept that fund.
We just got word yesterday that they are cutting gaming grants by 67%. So yeah, you're right. That's gonna need to be taken out wherever it appears. It appears in a couple of different spots in the budget. So we'll have to take that down in order to reflect the state's funding level.
Brent, is that just for 21 or is that further into the future?
The specifics were for 21. Projecting out in the future, I have no way of knowing.
So one of the reasons why I ask is there are other stakeholders in the community who receive those grants, some nonprofits, and at some point when we have good data, it would be nice to clue them in too.
Yeah, well, they were included in the notification from the state. So,
and I thanks, Sean. That was going to be the next thing I was going to bring up. Namely, among them is our victims advocates, and a large chunk of their budget comes from that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't know that we have the time and that we need to include that consideration in this budget, but that's definitely an entity that I intend to keep my eyes on and
Yeah.
is going to need some help. So then the next thing I'm looking at the housing budget. To kind of see what the proposed outcome of our conversation about housing was. I do see that we have a increase in our salaries and wages for that budget. And my understanding is that our intent is not to actually hire that position until we know what we would ask that position to do. And that in the interim, we had at least discussed contracting somebody to come and take a look at our 2018 needs assessment and help us understand how to build a work plan around that and prioritize those recommendations. I don't see what I think is a sufficient amount in the outside services budget to accomplish that.
Keith, where did we talk about budgeting that? Was that in admin?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think we were going to capture that in the housing budget. I think it was going to come out of probably the admin budget.
Yeah.
And then-
And I did put an additional amount in there in order to cover the cost of a consultant to help with that.
And we still need to have some follow-up conversation as to exactly what it is that we are desirous relative to bringing in a third party outside to do the evaluation. And I know Amy and I have been having that conversation, and Amy's been putting some thoughts together, and we'll be coming back to the board to talk about that in the not too distant future. Amy, I don't know if you wanted to, you just put something in your mouth for breakfast, but sorry about that.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was a potato chip.
Oh, see, I was giving you credit. I thought it was an apple slice. So.
No, I am trying to just put together some sort of scenarios on what a consultant what we might want to hire them to do to help figure out what sort of price tag we're looking at, and to just build alignment and figure out how to make sure we're all together about how to start the consultant process. And we've been through so many consultants, and just trying to make sure we're building on the investments we've made to date.
Thank you. So Sean, I see you unmuted. I just want to kind of follow up on my question real quick. How much, because it's not in the housing budget, which doesn't matter. How much did we set aside for that?
I think it was 40,000. I'd have to go back and.
No, that number sounds familiar. So somewhere in the neighborhood of 40.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And my only intent was just to make sure we've got the money for it.
Yeah.
Look forward to talking about how we're actually going to do it, and I'll shut up so that my colleagues can get in here.
I was just going to say, I think it sounds like the sort of thing that there may be some grant money out there too. So, it probably would make sense to have a look around for half a day for somebody.
I would agree with that, Sean. I think there probably is some money out there that we could use, either for extra money or to offset the money we put in.
Yeah, I want to follow up real quick on something that Keith said. I mean, one of the conversations that I picked up through the budgeting over the years is every now and then somebody from one department will say, oh, back in the day we had 9 FTEs, now we only have 5 or we only have 6. And I think that that's mostly a good thing. I think that's reflective of the fact that we have been focusing on being more efficient and redefining the types of jobs that we do and the way we do services more efficiently. And I think we're gonna have to continue down that path. But there are some departments like Road and Bridge where they may be a little further along than everyone else, and you can't have a half a person driving a truck, or during a snowstorm it's sort of an all hands on deck. But I just wanted to recognize Keith's effort and the efforts of all the department heads to already make a good investment with making the county more efficient and making our tax dollars work harder.
And we're continuing to do so.
And I think there's also, trying to think of how to say this without sounding like the Grim Reaper. But we know that the clock is ticking. We know that the Henderson mine is not going to continue as a going concern within the county forever. And my understanding is that the time horizon on that is we're within 10 to 20 years of the mine shutting down, which is going to mean that Clear Creek County is going to look drastically different than it does right now. And I think that, rather than having that as a dark cloud looming on the horizon, I think it's important now to acknowledge that and start working towards the vision of what the county is going to look like at that point, because we are going to have to face that reality. If we can look at it now and start preparing for it, then it's a whole lot better than going along business as usual and then all of a sudden be faced with a $8 million chunk out of the general fund budget. So
I think
that's going to be my mantra for the next 10 years, is keep that in mind.
Well, I think that it's certainly not lost on deaf ears. And I think that, for example, last year in our goal setting session, we kind of tried to shake up a little bit how we did it and take a little more expansive and high level view and question all of our values and thoughts about who we are, where we're heading. And I look forward to continuing to do that. I think all of us take that to heart, Brent. And I'm not trying to say that pushing it is a bad idea. I'm not trying to say, no, you don't have to say that we're on that one. I think we are on that one up here. It's a matter of really trying to figure it out. It's a great challenge. It's a great opportunity. And we have to expect that we're going to have to change some things in order to maintain, fiscal sustainability over long term and community sustainability. And of course, COVID's been kind of a help to us because it's allowed us to kind of rethink everything as we're rolling right now about what we can and should be doing.
Yeah, and I mean, I totally agree with that. We've kind of gone through a laboratory experiment since March 17th about how to redefine and reorient county services.
I don't want to be misinterpreted as saying that I think COVID is a good thing. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's a silver lining there, that it's caused us to really think outside the box. And, we don't have any choice. And I would say, for example, in the area, like recreation planning, we said, oh, here's a glimpse of the future. And in some cases, it's brought the future. Just some elements of the future are getting here a little faster than they were going to. They're not really going away. So we've got it's placed more challenges in front of us. We have to work harder to overcome. But necessity is the mother of invention.
Brent, I see something on here. I'm looking at commissioners' dues registration training. Looks like over the last 4 years of data or so, we've budgeted around $38,000 and pretty consistently overspent it.
Hold on, let me find that.
Page 35 of my packet.
Yeah, dues registration and training. It's been budgeted. Well, 2019 budgeted at 48.4, 2020 budgeted at 48.4. Came in in 2019 at 33. My projection for 2020, and I don't think this is right because I just applied a straight calculation based on 3 quarters. And so extending that out, it looks like it's going to be 58,000 for 2020, but I don't think it will, because I don't think you guys are going to spend much money at all in the 4th quarter. So I think that the 38,400 that I'm budgeting in 2021 is consistent with 18 and 19 actuals, and probably also consistent with what we end up 2020.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that if we were going to have a conversation about reducing that line item, I was prepared for it, because there's a lot of important stuff in there.
Yeah. Anything else?
Not for me, thank you.
Okay. Just kind of in closing, we had some last minute revisions to the budget. And I mean, literally last minute. It came at a point where we had to postpone this presentation another week. It was originally scheduled to come to the board last week. And there are probably people sitting out there going, hey, wait a minute, I needed this and that and the other thing. And we're kind of at the point now where it would be difficult to make further changes, but that's okay, because we do have a mechanism for making supplemental appropriations at any time during the budget year. So if there's anything that needs to come back for further budget consideration, we can do that through that supplemental appropriation mechanism and get it in after the fact. An example of that is an additional position that we'll bring forward after the first of the year for the county clerk's office. It's restoring a position with some modifications that has historically been in that office. So don't be surprised when we come back with requests for additional appropriations. But as much as possible, I'd like to delay that until after we get at least preliminary final numbers for 2020, so we can evaluate the actual spending and see if there's a budget surplus that we can use to fund those additional appropriations. And then finally, for everybody, I mean, theoretically, this is a worldwide presentation. Anybody with an internet connection could be watching. And, you know, we don't know what alien technology exists. It could be a universal presentation. There could be people in the Andromeda galaxy watching this presentation. So we'll do it again this evening at 6:30. Come on back and be prepared to ask questions. Members of the public that are watching this, this is a public hearing. This is your chance to ask questions and make observations and give us your input on the 2021 budget.
Toward that end, there are about 3 questions here now that have popped up in the last minute or two. But I think because we've got Tim Ryan on board and we'd like to start the COVID thing, you know, they're fairly involved questions, and I think we should address those at 6:30 because we didn't leave a little space in here to be able to do that. And each of those will take several minutes. So, or at least
in the Q&A.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that now, Brent.
No, I just wanted to see.
I did want to bring those up, but I didn't. But we've kind of run out of time here in the last 5 minutes.
Might suggest, Randy, maybe Brent, you could at least type a response into Phil.
Yeah, that would be good. Brent, if you could take your time after this. I think what we need to do though, it's 10:59, and so I'm sorry, Phil, for not wanting to take that time now because we've kind of made our COVID reports a little shorter than they used to be. So, but we will. That's a really good idea. Let's get those typed in,
Sure.
Brent. If you
I'll work on that before we close the session.
Okay, thanks. So,
hey, Randy, real quick, do you feel like we've done everything we need to properly advertise the 6:30 meeting? I know historically we all show up and like 0 members of the public come, and I know that with Zoom there'll probably be more, but I don't know if there's an opportunity still to put a little bit of info out there.
Yeah, if we can, that sounds like a great idea, and consider this one of those advertisements right now. We are coming back at 6:30 to make the same presentation again, and we'll be sure and pick up those questions at that meeting as well as type them into the chat at this time. So, and we have,
Okay, thanks.
all right, so we're now at 11 o'clock and time for our weekly COVID update. And I see Tim Ryan and Suzanne here. So Tim, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone is well. We'll go over our COVID numbers. Everyone see the screen? Brent, I identify with your Grim Reaper ideology there. So anyway, the 24th of November, we now have 12.5 million confirmed cases, set a new record, 1 million cases in under 5 days over the last week. So that really speaks volumes about the case rate. It has dramatically increased over the last week. Now the average is about 165,000 per day for the last 2 weeks, with almost all states now seeing significant numbers of cases across their state. Hospitalizations are following suit with significant increases across the country, 3,600 new admits per day, with now an average of around 85,000 hospitalized on any given day as of yesterday. Fatalities, the number was actually 257,648 when I wrote this. And I was just being a little pessimistic and put 258,000. It turns out it's exceeded 258 now already since I wrote this morning. Unfortunate. We have basically a fatality every minute. Just to put that into social math perspective, every minute of every day. So now above 1,500 deaths per day. Nationally, test positivity rate is hovering around 10%. Significant number of increase in tests being done. Although a number of cases is increasing, the test rate is also increasing, is why the positivity rate hasn't really moved a whole lot. Contributing factors to the spread, cold weather, lack of masks, people moving inside, social gatherings still continue despite every public health person I know telling people not to do that, and then travel. Yesterday was recorded the busiest airport day since the COVID pandemic began, which is going once again against every public health suggestion that has been put out. Here in Colorado, the case rate continues to climb. It is a steep, steady incline straight up, now exceeding 3,500 cases per day. The other day we hit 6,000 per day, I think on Friday, continuing to go up. Hospitalizations following suit with significant increases across the state. The projections, again, continue to suggest that things will go poorly in the next coming weeks, particularly after Thanksgiving. Currently here in Colorado, 47%, which is a 3% increase from the last time we spoke, of ICU ventilators in use. So almost half the ventilators are currently in use, with 10% of hospitals reporting an ICU bed shortage within the next week. Now keep in mind that these hospital numbers are vastly improved as the governor asked hospitals to report on a daily and weekly basis a lot of their numbers. So these numbers are a lot more believable than they were in the past. Hospitalizations currently in Colorado, 1,597. That's a couple hundred person increase since the last time we spoke. Statewide test positivity rate is a little over 11%. Again, that's hovering right at around 11% because the number of tests have gone up significantly, but the positivity rate has stayed relatively the same. Contributing factors here in Colorado, similar, lack of masks, social gatherings continue, and this is as of our statewide, more or less, red designation. The bars and private gatherings really driving most of that, and restaurants. And then travel, people are continuing to travel. Survey done at the school and within the school system suggested that 60% of teachers are planning to have Thanksgiving dinner with people who do not live in their home. Not terribly optimistic about how that's going to turn out. So that's what's going on across the state. And then in Clear Creek County, our case count continues to rise, similar to everywhere else. We've had 25 cases in the last week, 57 in the last 2 weeks, now a total of 169. 6 hospitalizations. We added, unfortunately, another fatality to the mix this week, now at 2. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate continues to climb. It's now at 585 per 100,000. Our test positivity rate is at 11.11, holding fairly steady. And then major contributing factors within Clear Creek County, social gatherings and travel continue to, and work, I would put in there as well, people who work in other counties. And then we still have a population who refuses to wear masks for some strange reason. Testing updates. We are not doing any testing this week. We're doing some testing, but not public testing. Primarily to, one, give the nurses a much needed break. And the next several weeks are going to be quite busy in my estimation. So I figured this is probably the best time to give them a break. In addition, the lab isn't going to be processing anything on Thursday and Friday. So testing and sending them to California made no sense this week. So we do have a lot of information out on our Facebook page and web page that if for some reason you get tested outside of the county this week and it comes back positive, do what you should do. Isolate if you're positive, and or quarantine if you're a close contact to individuals. All of that basic information is on our website and on our Facebook page. If it is a medical emergency, use common sense and dial 911. If you are COVID positive and you don't need immediate medical attention, isolate. That recommendation has not changed at all. And we'll get back to you next week. We will resume testing next week on the 2nd. And then we will have the curative van will be here, and they are doing a whole day of testing where you go online and sign up and find a time and then go, and it's, again, free of charge, community testing. Those results will come back to us as well as individuals who are positive. So we'll continue that next week. And then next Friday, we're planning to test all of the teachers at the high school, middle school, because of their 60% deciding to have dinner with someone else. We want to test them before they go back to in-person learning at the end of next week, because they have 1 week off of remote learning because of the percentage of people eating dinner with others. Areas of general concern and or update. Hospitalizations continue to be a concern, although not in Clear Creek County. But we are relying completely on the hospitals down in the Denver metro area. And as those see massive volume uptake, it will eventually impact Clear Creek County if we have individuals who do need medical attention. So it's always on my radar. Vaccine update is the only good news I have today. Basically, we have been working internally within the county, spearheaded by Olivia and Suzanne. Crystal, myself, and others are obviously a big part of that. We have met with the state now several times. As the state gets more information from the federal government, they're making an active effort to pass it on down. And now we have weekly meetings with them, and that will only increase more frequently as the time approaches. Pfizer submitted their emergency use authorization, or EUA, the 20th. And so it is likely they're going to be approved on December 11th, as the FDA is meeting on December 10th to go over the data and look at what's going on, and then they'll give them the approval. Those vaccines have already been manufactured and are waiting to be shipped out. It is quite an elaborate and detailed logistics, because of this first vaccine needs to be kept at -80 centigrade. So a little bit of a challenge there. We're in the process of identifying sources of dry ice as an example. So there's lots of details, and we're trying to make sure that we get everything in line before we actually get vaccines. The first vaccine round we're going to get will be the Pfizer vaccine. It's a 2-shot, 1 month apart vaccine. And the first round we're going to get, we don't know exactly how many we're going to receive, but it should be enough to cover our phase 1 group or tier 1. And that includes all of the first responders, public health staff, the nurses in particular, police, fire department, et cetera. And then the second round that we get will go again to those same individuals because it's a two-shot deal. So the most likely time frame on that would be the 2nd to 3rd week of December. We'll be receiving those and disseminating those quickly. We're in the process of identifying tier 1 individuals and making sure everybody knows you're on the list and this is what you're going to need to do to get that vaccine going. Current estimates are roughly 70% of Americans need to receive this vaccine to have the most impactful herd immunity we can. If you combine that with people who already have antibodies in them from having COVID, it should push us up in about 85% of the total population covered. Although most people will not get vaccinated until mid-year at probably the earliest in reality. Waiting for the Moderna vaccine, and then Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca are probably the first 4 that we're going to see in the coming 6 to 8 months. Any questions?
Well, it seems that that's the timing on the vaccine is pretty consistent with what you had said last week. And I did have one comment I wanted to make that it gave me a great appreciation, Tim, for what you brought here. I appreciate the dead seriousness and frankness of your admonitions about what it is we need to do to remain safe. And I had an experience in another county which has had some serious problems and taken it really seriously, except I don't know what the difference is in their county, but I went there the other day to buy some building supplies, and I'm really careful. I took my own spray bottle of bleach water and everything, wore the 95 mask, the whole thing. When I got inside, everyone was wearing a mask, and the store was even doing a pretty good job of, over the loudspeaker, reminding people over and over, maintain your distance and all this kind of stuff. And yet what I experienced in that place was completely different than what I've experienced here, in that people had their masks on, but I found myself crowding back against walls and displays and aisles trying to get out of the aisle, and people walking right by a foot away. And everywhere I turned, I was dodging somebody. The social distancing thing was like it didn't exist. And I have no idea what they did differently in messaging in their population or what's going on. But all of a sudden I thought, maybe that's why there were so many sick people in that county. Somehow it hasn't, the whole picture hasn't seemed to have resonated. It was a completely different experience than I've had in the places I've needed to go to here. So I just want to pass that along, and I think we can attribute a lot of that to the work other people have done, but also the very dead seriousness of your explanations.
I appreciate that, Randy. I would say it's right in line with most human behavior. Most people, things don't really register for them until they know somebody who has it or had it or died from it or was hospitalized from it, until it really brings it home. And they understand that this isn't some made up thing, although there is a segment of our population who still believes that, strangely enough. They don't really take it seriously until they know somebody. So, and unfortunately for everyone now, almost everybody knows somebody who has had COVID, who's been hospitalized by COVID, or who has died from COVID. So.
Tim, can you talk about, I think there were conversations with Jefferson County about a testing van. It'll be coming soon. Is that ready for, is that done, or can we talk about it publicly? Or?
Yeah, sure. That's prime time. It starts next week. It's the Curative van. It will be parked in Idaho Springs. The logistics and details are on our website in terms of the time, location, date, etc. Again, you can go online onto the Curative website and schedule your time directly for that van. They do obviously still accept walk-ups, but they would prefer that everybody schedule it so they have an idea of how many people they should anticipate. But it's the community testing that we're doing. Curative is just doing it for us one of the days, which is great because it frees up our nurses to contact all the people who become positive from those tests. So. And that will continue every week for the foreseeable future, George. And we'll continue to offer our testing in addition to that, 1 or 2 days a week. And when I say that, we're testing other days of the week. We're just testing specific populations, the jail, for instance, and staff there, the school system. We're doing that on a regular basis as well, as well as the community testing.
We have a question in the chat line, Jim, and I think I know the answer, but I'll let you. Recent Clear Creek County Public Health release stated 200 contact tracing calls, period. Seems low for 160 plus, and I know it's 169 as of right now at the state, local cases. Is that a typo? I think I know what the real answer is, but you want to take that, please?
Yeah, it's a factor of 10 of that, that number.
The 200 contact tracing must have been local traces or recent traces, not for the whole period.
Yeah, no, it's not. And just on average, the number of, when we call an individual who's COVID positive, and the questions, and some of you may have experienced this, the first thing we ask is, what are your closest contacts in the last several days? And on average, the number of close contacts a case has is about 5. So for each case that we have, you can do the math quickly. It's about 5 contacts in addition to that case that we've made. Some have had as many as 26, unbelievably so. But some have 1, and some have none. In that some people, they start to feel sick and they isolate. And so the previous 2 or 3 days, they have no contacts. I mean, those are ideal, but few and far between on those. So average is about 5 contacts per case. So if we have 169 cases, you can imagine the number. And we used to call the negative, people who were tested in negative, if you want to count those calls too. Those are in the thousands alone. And we've stopped doing that because of curative will inform individuals directly if they're negative. So,
Hey, Tim, exposure notification, is this starting to factor into anything that we're actually doing yet?
Yeah, great question, Sean. So the exposure app, as of last Wednesday, the state estimated over 1 million Coloradans had already downloaded it. And I'm sure that number has gone up significantly since then. I'll find out probably tomorrow what their estimate is. But their original estimate was that if 20% of Coloradans downloaded it, it could have the potential to reduce transmission by about 15%. In that it would early notify you that you were a close contact and you start making differences in what you do and your behavior. So I haven't seen any data yet other than that estimate of the number of people who have downloaded it.
And this is maybe a little bit of a technical question, but if the person who's, been exposed to 23 people in the last 48 hours or whatever the reference was, would the app give them any indication of this happened at Home Depot or this happened at Two Brothers, or would it give them any? I know privacy is important, but
no, it doesn't. It doesn't give location. It just says, Sean, you've been in the last 48 hours, you've been exposed, potentially exposed, I think is the words they use, because it's based on location, but it doesn't give you that location, and it certainly doesn't give you the name of the case.
Yeah, or even the time, so you could help. Yeah,
identify.
right.
No, it's basically a way to say, hey, you've potentially been exposed. You should alter your behavior and minimize exposure to others in the coming days and 2 weeks, basically, and try to avoid people.
Mm-hmm. Do you know anything about the criteria, Tim, for how the system works with regard to proximity of the detection of those 2 phones together? Is it, what the criteria, when you get within a certain distance, when those 2 phones are registered as having been within a certain distance of each other and the owner of the one phone has been identified, I mean, is it 6 feet? Is it in the same building?
It's 6 feet. It's also time measured. So if you and I passed each other in a grocery store aisle in a matter of seconds, it wouldn't register that as one. It's time. I don't know the exact time that it is. It's not seconds though. So casually passing by somebody isn't going to put you on that radar. It's standing next to them for a time duration, and it's also the distance between you. It can also It's like military level GPS. It can measure feet as opposed to, oh, you're a half mile from your destination sort of thing.
Right.
It's very, very accurate, more so than we've seen in the past. So I would just add one more thing. This Thanksgiving, I know I've said this too many times, but I'm for my own conscience, I have to say it, because next 2 weeks I know aren't going to potentially be different, but please don't eat Thanksgiving dinner with others who don't live in your home or who are there permanently for the next several weeks anyway. Anyone else, don't eat dinner with them. As someone said the other day, it's better to have a Zoom Thanksgiving than an ICU Christmas. I know that sounds a bit, maybe a bit much, but I think we all know now someone who died from COVID. So it can happen to anyone.
George?
Thanks. That's well said. And obviously I agree. I wanted to bring up a topic that we were talking about this spring, I think maybe before you were with us. No action was taken. And then I kind of dropped it because we were in a time when, cases were decreasing and maybe risk wasn't so acute. This is the issue of, we have a pretty small number of short-term rentals that are inside multi-unit buildings with common entrances. My alarm is growing over the fact that those short-term rentals are open. And I would like to address it. I think if you're in a short-term rental that has a common entrance, shared entrance, and we have 1 in 50 Coloradans sick and 500 per 100,000 in Clear Creek County, we might want to think about doing something like that. So I don't know, do you share that sentiment, Ryan, Tim?
I do, George. I think any rental property like that, the VRBO, et cetera, Airbnb, anything that has a shared space, I think we should sort of halt at this point, just given, to your point, the prevalence in the numbers that we have right now. I think houses that are independent and don't share any space with anybody, and it's a single group coming in or family coming in and using that space and then leaving before the next one comes, I think the risk is fairly low there. But ones that do share a common space, I think that opens up the other residents in the building to potential exposure.
This brings up another similar question that within the same context of those kind of buildings, I think I brought it up about April or something, which is shared air handling systems. And I've read some differing accounts of the ability of air handling systems to transmit between units because they have common, common air, ventilation, whether it's, air conditioning, heating, whatever systems, forced air systems. And I know that almost no one has a MERV rating on their filters that will significantly impact. What is the survivability and viability of the virus in air handling systems as it comes through common units, through returns and mixes, and is back out into other units from whence it did not come? They did not come.
That's, Randy, the most technical question I've been asked to date. I'm not an HVAC expert. The virus doesn't like heat or cold, extreme heat or cold. So it would minimize it for sure, reduce the number significantly as it went past through the heater. You're right, the filter that's on your average HVAC system is not sufficient to really do much of anything in regards to the virus. The only thing I can think of is the heating element really is probably the biggest detriment to the virus.
Mm-hmm.
But anything that has shared, and that's really where we get at, if there's a home, for instance, in the VRBO world, and there's shared or different rooms, but different people are occupying it, they're all using the same ventilation system. So the potential for, because there's intakes on most rooms that have an HVAC system anyway, that would merely be spread around the whole entire unit. So.
A question, and I just read this, I think, a few days ago, that LA County did some studies, and they found that 3.1% of transmissions happened inside restaurants. And we live in a world of where we try to do a cool thing that makes things safer, and it has unintended consequences. And what some people are worrying is, you've closed down a place that's relatively safe, and now people are gathering in their homes instead. And when I think about shared spaces, I mean, hotels have shared spaces, businesses have shared spaces. I mean, is this a path we really want to go down?
Well, just for the record, I didn't shut anything down. CDPHE did. And
Yeah, no, and that wasn't.
No, I know. I'm just for the record, this is being recorded.
Call it the big we, the state. Let's just go with that. But,
Yeah, we did. Sean, CDPHE and the CDC are making recommendations based on national data, not a single town or city or county for that matter. And we've seen even in Clear Creek County, it isn't so much so the restaurant, it's that friends are getting together at the restaurant and now sitting 2 to 3 feet apart without masks for an hour while they eat lunch or dinner. And that's really what's driving it. You're right, they can retreat to their home and do the same thing. I would strongly advise them, as I have dozens of times over the last several weeks and months, to not do that. But I can't control human behavior, unfortunately. And I agree completely. And I've said this to the vendor or to the proprietors of all the businesses in Clear Creek County. It's an unfair punishment on them. If it were up to me and we were on an island, we could do things potentially different, but we are under the guise of CDPHE and CDC, and they're following sort of national guidelines, not what's completely relevant or not relevant in Clear Creek County, unfortunately. But this is a pandemic, and this is sort of the measure now with the prevalence of the virus and the exponential growth that we see in America right now. And by the way, no other country in the entire planet of Earth is experiencing to the level that we are in America, what we're experiencing, just to be clear. No other country in the world, no matter how well or poorly run or managed or what type of government they have, no one is doing as poorly as the United States of America. I don't know what to say about that. But so we have to sort of do things that don't always fit our specific case. And are painful to do. And hopefully we can get through this as quickly as possible and open everybody back up.
So I want to pose kind of that same question maybe to you and Sean, Randy, and I'll just explain my reasoning why I'm interested in discussing why I would support a local public health order closing short-term rentals with shared common entrances with long-term rentals. I see two things. One is I see some people who I have heard from some of our constituents who are worried about people traveling into their building that they live, and they're being safe and they live in that building and they could be exposed to COVID there. We know travel is a big driver of this. And then the second thing, I think if we've got short-term rentals that are creating risks and causing driving cases at the same time that our restaurants indoor seating is closed, we're not doing a favor to the restaurants.
Right.
So I would support, I think it's a pretty narrow order and I would support it. And I don't mean to nickel and dime or waste our time because it's a pretty narrow thing, but I think we should do it. And I hope one or two of you agree with me.
I'm
we have to bring hotels in that same
I'm open to the
conversation.
conversation and so I'd like to, but I don't think we've got time to do it today, but we need to do it in the very near future. Sorry, Sean.
No, I was just saying, I think to be fair to everybody, we would have to bring hotels into that conversation too, because there are hotels in our community that people are living in and people are staying in the hotel from who knows where. It seems like the risk there is probably as great, if not more.
That's a good point.
So then can we see a half hour during a COVID update really isn't enough for us to get through questions and have policy conversations. I'd like to ask for us to have this policy conversation next week.
I think I would disagree with one thing you just said, George, and that is we've done pretty well with our half-hour COVID update recently, but we came up with a good question today at the end, and I think we should address it. And whether we do it in the next COVID meeting or whether we have a special work session for this discussion, I'm open to it as a Board of Health or however we want to act at that time. So So we should have that conversation because those are both really good questions. And when we look at the restaurants, I just want to say that part of, I think, what's happened, and, Tim could bear this out, we need to move on here pretty quick, but part of the difference is what the types of behavior are that's going on. And they're not really evil behaviors or anything, but it's just the fact that when you're in a restaurant and you have to take your mask off to eat and drink, so therefore we're at your table, and when you stay in that restaurant stationary for an hour without a mask on, that's a different situation than walking into a store, keeping a mask on the entire time and being in and out of that store. Could take up to an hour, but generally far less than that, and without being in immediate proximity to as many other people. So, hopefully those people are people in your family at your table. But I think that's the reason, that's my understanding of the reason that some kinds of businesses are treated differently than other kinds of businesses. And you're right, it isn't fair. COVID isn't fair. It's not.
Yeah, and I think it's a great conversation to have. I think it should be informed by data. And my personal preference is that we focus at least as much energy on carrot solutions as we do on stick solutions.
Mm-hmm. Both.
Yeah, I'd love to hear any ideas you've got, Sean.
So that said, let's plan on having that conversation. Are we okay with having that conversation next? We're not having a meeting next week. That makes it
I'm
too-
free on Thursday.
What's that?
I'm free on Thursday.
We could cook a Thanksgiving dinner and then talk COVID together.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
Yeah, we could,
I'm more than happy and willing to have that conversation with y'all whenever you see fit.
I'd like to suggest that we try to do it 2 weeks from today. And that gives Tim a little time with all the other stuff he's doing to wrap his head around this issue and think about pertinent data that will make us feel like we're, very well informed technically on the subject, because it's an important subject, and I think we should get to it. Is that okay with you guys, or do you want to set a special session sooner than that?
we can always set a special meeting sooner if the conditions on the ground warrant it, but I'm okay with the 2 weeks as of what we know today.
George?
I'm okay with that if we think that, I would love to find a way to do it faster, but I don't know that we have that. We've got a whole lot going on, so.
Yeah, that'd be my preference, I think, for that. I'm usually into doing it quickly and now and very quickly. I couldn't even tell you. It'd take me a little while to look back through my schedule right now and find a time.
Maybe with the caveat that, Tim, if you think we need to move faster on this,
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Yeah, if you look into it, become alarmed yourself, give us a call and we'll find a time.
I've been alarmed for months, so
More alarmed.
more alarmed, yeah.
If you become more alarmed. Okay, that said, it's 11:32. Thanks for the update. Thanks for the questions, George and Sean, especially there at the end. Our 11:30 session is a work session with the Gilpin County Commissioners. And I'm looking around and I see some Gilpin County Commissioners and managers, and manager in the singular, I guess. And welcome here today. I see Linda and Gail and Abel, and I'm looking across the screen really fast. I think that's who we have here today. Am I right?
Yep. Good morning. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I'm
So-
probably wondering why you've all called me here.
Keith, do you want to kick it off or would you like me to start?
Oh, I'll go ahead and kick it off. Thanks, guys, for joining us. I'm looking to see, do we have all three Gilpin commissioners?
Two.
I thought,
I tried Ron Ingalls to cross him over a while ago, and I think he hung up. But I do have, at the top of the attendee list, I have 4 phone numbers, and I'm not sure if one of those is his. I don't know if y'all can look at the
I'm just
attendee.
looking right now. I'm going on to my,
yeah, I thought I had seen Ron's name over there, and no, I don't. But
Yeah, he was. I tried to cross him over, but it wouldn't do anything.
so
he's 4628. Beth, he's at 4628. It's the third line down that I see.
All right, he's coming in now. And then I think
We also have Laura Solomon, our Human Services Director, on the phone.
I see her. There she is. Okay, she's
So
coming.
thank you all for joining us this morning. This was kind of a joint request, I think, among the two boards of county commissioners between Clear Creek County and Gilpin County. So we look forward to having a productive and lively conversation. The topics that I'm aware of anyway, that we wanted to cover in some sense anyway, would be a recent topic that we've been working on. That's the child support enforcement position. I think we're working on or finalizing an agreement between the two counties on that. And I know Cindy is going to, Cindy and her counterpart in Gilpin will be providing some information on that. I think at the Gilpin's request, we wanted to talk about the animal shelter and the agreement that we have relative to the shelter. And then also, I think our board anyway, and I'm sure the Gilpin board wants to get an update on the shooting range that is being proposed in Clear Creek County. And then finally, I believe we just wanted to touch base and give you an update on the collaborative care clinic that's being constructed in Idaho Springs, and then any other topics that you all may want to talk about. So without further ado, I think I will turn it over to Cindy and Laura and have you all talk a little bit about this agreement that we have or that we're working on relative to this shared position.
Keith, this is Linda. I just needed to interrupt. I got a text from Commissioner Ingalls. It says that he's dialed into the meeting, and it told him that as a participant, he had to stay muted. So I think he's trying to be with us here. That might be him now, but it's not coming through well. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda.
Am I here?
You are.
Yeah.
We hear you,
Okay.
Ron.
Okay, yeah, I'm dialed in, and so lots of road noise. I'll be muted for the most of the time listening, but I will jump in when I need to.
Good. Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, Ron, it sounds like you brought the fuzz with you.
I thought that was Cindy's air compressor. I wasn't sure. I thought maybe she was, or leaf blower or something.
Cindy, go for it. Or Laura.
Okay, well, yes, thank you, commissioners, for asking us to come and talk about this project. We've moved the dial significantly. We have interviewed and selected a person that we think would fit very well within the two counties. Jamie Walker accepted the position yesterday, I believe, and we're thrilled that she is going to do so. She doesn't have child support experience. However, I think she is all of the skills that she has and her work history has made her kind of ripe for the position. If I'll let you say something about that, Laura.
Good morning, commissioners, and nice to meet you over Zoom. Yes, we interviewed her. We really liked her. And I do know that one of the things that we want to be sure that we talk about today is the IGA and kind of that shared responsibility, and answer any questions you have regarding how did we come up with this, this IGA, and how did we end up with child support in the first place? And you may already know that, but we're here to answer any of those questions for you.
Exactly. We will tell you that Jamie is coming in tomorrow to do her fingerprints with the Sheriff's Department in Clear Creek County. She's going to do her work with Human Resources Monday, the 30th, and we anticipate her starting the following Monday. And we're going to try to line up as many things for her prior to her arrival. We're getting her set up with the computer system at the state, and her office. The furniture has arrived and it's in her office. She should be ready to go and start training for this job as soon as she hits the ground. So, right, I agree with Laura. What kinds of questions can we answer for you? about the IGA, about this worker, about the program itself, and why we're doing it.
And if it helps, we can give you a little history.
Yeah.
To start. And I think it was about 25 years ago. So Jefferson County took on the responsibility of overseeing child support for both Gilpin and Clear Creek County. This year, probably about 9 or 10 months ago, they said they could no longer do that for Clear Creek and Gilpin. Our combined workload equals 1 FTE, with 2/3 being two-thirds being the workload for Clear Creek and 1/3 being the workload for Gilpin County. When we look at the numbers and we look at what they call incentives from the state, so money that we get back from the feds as far as our work on child support. So Cindy and I have been talking with Jeffco or with Jeffco and the state to kind of come up with what makes the most sense in a plan. That is kind of the numbers and the information that we put together. And I know that she has presented and that your attorney has written up the IGA to kind of figure out, like, how do we do this together so that it's kind of like one county, so that we're not both incurring the expense of 2 half-time FTEs, if that makes sense, when it wouldn't be a full workload for either county. If we did it that way, it would barely be a full workload, or, well, even for a half-time, it wouldn't be.
Well, on behalf of Gilpin, I can say that you've presented this to us before, Laura, and we're very happy to work with Clear Creek. We have a very long history of collaborative efforts, both with Clear Creek and Jeffco, and we really rely on these relationships. So we're very grateful for this opportunity to work with you. I'm looking at the document that we got about 20 minutes ago, and it's not redlined. So in my understanding, the only question that our board had was the cost sharing. Now I see that this has a blank spot, but it has a formula for 2/3, so based on the workload. So 2/3 for Clear Creek, 1/3 for Gilpin County. So are there any other changes to this document that we need to be made aware of?
The only other changes is we were using old language, calling it child support enforcement, and it's actually now called child support services. So we wanted to update the language around that.
Well, I have no questions about it then, and I'm very glad that you have moved forward and found a great candidate. Linda and Ron, do you have any questions or comments about this?
Well, I do not.
I appreciate working with Cindy and Laura on this, and I assume that the enforcement component is still there, even if it's couched in a nicer word as services.
That's right, Commissioner. It is. It is still there. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for doing this. This is just a good example of governments working together efficiently. So thank you.
Well, we've partnered on a lot of things with Gilpin in the past, and it's always been a pleasure to do so. I think the interesting thing about this position is that Laura and I both have had experience as through human services, but not direct experience. And so this is going to be new for all of us, but I'm sure, you know, we've got a lot of good support from the state and from Jeffco as well. And we're ready to move forward.
I have a couple quick questions. There is some cost recovery associated with this, but it's not super meaningful. Is that true?
It's very minimal. If I figured it out, and I think I can, let me see if I can. For instance, in 2019 for Gilpin, the state incentive was $1,620, and the federal incentive for Gilpin was $2,126. Clear Creek, it was, the state share was $3,900 and the federal share was $5,185. And I only share that with you because that does not cover the cost of an FTE for either of us or for both of us.
Right,
It's
but
a
we're,
total of about 11 or 12,000, something like that. Right?
Mhm.
but it's a role that we're statutorily required to do. And my last question, I think, is having one person, it sounds like they'll be able to handle it. That person will obviously go on vacation and probably have other interruptions in their availability. Do we need some other sort of a fallback position, or is the nature of the role such that their work can be scheduled to accommodate that?
For the most part, the work can be scheduled. I'm sorry, Cindy, go ahead.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We did chat about this before early on when we were talking to Jefferson County about what happens if we have somebody that is out, whether it's through an illness or through a vacation, and they have, as well as the state has said, that they will help us to the degree that they possibly can. And I can't imagine that they will just leave us high and dry. So I think we're covered, Commissioner, as far as that is concerned. There is no one else in either one of our offices that could step in necessarily and do the work without the training and without the certification that has to come from the state.
And that being said, we're training our community benefits person to oversee the Gilpin County side of this position. So while they wouldn't be able to do a lot of the work because it requires a lot of security profiles, they would be aware of what the work was and what was going on and whatever the schedule was for the courts or payments coming in.
How frequently are the tasks that they need to perform emergent?
Really, it's not an emergent position.
Yeah.
There would be, it's more about collecting information and doing true investigation on searching for people who might owe child support. So it kind of is gathering on that front end, getting the information from the person who's requesting child support services, and then taking that information and doing investigation. So the main requirement that, and again, Cindy and I are brand spanking new to this. So, but the main requirement is that they have a secure office location with a secure printer and a secure state computer, so that the information that they get to look at, so they get to look at IRS information, they get to look at lots of federal information to try and find people. And so that's the more concerning thing about the position, is that they're secure and that they're doing it confidential. Like confidentiality is huge with this.
So it's about process rather than intervention, and due process in due process and doing that process. So
correct.
Correct. And we have the child welfare attorneys in Clear Creek County are also able to do the work for us for child support enforcement. They do that in other counties, and so they are ready to do whatever is necessary. We've been told, though, that our cases really and truly do not require very much time in court, but if we do need an attorney to go to court on a case, then they are prepared to do so.
The other thing that
I had a quick question, but I don't have to change it to that. If you wanted to comment on Cindy's, Laura, go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to add that we also have attorneys in Gilpin who do child support enforcement. So we have that coverage. We also have had support from Park County and Albert County as far as small counties that do this and what they might be able to provide for us in training and oversight and modeling, all of. So just wanted to add that on.
Right.
So thank you for that. So the question that I had about confidentiality, is Clear Creek County going to be in possession of any confidential materials of a Gilpin County resident or vice versa?
So, and Laura, please are all of the information is stored within the state computers. And so when the child support enforcement person is in Gilpin, they can access that information on the state computer. It is also obviously available in Clear Creek County, but there is another a computer system that is going to be used for the federal information from the IRS. And so that we've changed the lock on the office door downstairs in Georgetown. There is one key, and that part is really, that's very serious, and it is very confidential. That's why we don't carry around paper. Everything is online for the most part. We might fill out an application, but it is very confidential information. And the background check for this person, the CBI background check, is going to be done tomorrow. We were told initially they had to do a federal check through the FBI, but they have, we don't have to comply with that at this point in time. The state is not requiring that. So there's a lot of information. There is a lot of very confidential information, but there is a lot of things that the supportive services that we can help her with. A lot of the parents are, in our case, are also child protection cases as well. So yeah, that kind of works together.
And Commissioner Marlin, to answer your question, yes, the information will, like, because we have one person who's basically doing it as one position, they will have information on Gilpin residents and they will have information on Clear Creek residents. So it'll be one workload that crosses both counties.
Mm-hmm.
So we have, keeping in mind that we had 3 other topics we wanted to talk about, this is actually pretty non-controversial.
We like that.
But I'm looking at time and saying, well, we burned 1/3 of the time so far. So I'd suggest that if this looks like success to me, and unless anybody has any reason to question this IGA, I think we probably ought to move on to the next topic.
Sounds good.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Laura.
Laura.
Thanks, Cindy.
Laura, just as a point of order, we're not making any decisions during this work session, so you'll have to bring it back to the board for approval.
Right.
Okay.
Right, and that's true for all of these, by the way. These,
Right.
some of them are almost, it's clear that in 15 minutes, we're not going to figure out any of these things really, except maybe for the last one we could have, but yeah, we've, but it's a good way for us to break the ice and throw some things out on the table that we've been thinking about and brainstorm a little bit. And Laura, it was very nice to meet you, by the way.
Nice to meet you all too. Thank you. And I look at Cindy as somebody who I really appreciate, and she's kind of going to mentor me a little bit on some things. So I am really looking forward to when we can have face-to-face in person.
Us too.
So what do we want to talk about next? What's
So
our?
Randy, I think it's dealer's choice. We can go shooting range, animal shelter, or clinic.
Let's drop into animal shelter next, I think.
Animal shelter. And I know Sheriff Albers is with us, but I will turn it over to Gilpin on this one.
Well, hi, Sheriff Albers. I regret to say that we did not notify our sheriff about this conversation. And it's a very short conversation. Basically, we just wanted to chat with you because, it's a joint shelter, but we really don't ever hear much about the administration of it. And usually that's just fine because we're big supporters of Charlie's Place. We think you do a fantastic job. It's not like we want to get involved in it. But as you know, this year has been a real financial disaster for our county. I'm sure you're struggling too, although you have sales tax, which helps. So I guess we just wanted to have a very high level conversation about what's happening in the shelter during COVID. Are there any savings that can be realized? You know, we're asking every department. We've had to cut our departments initially 3%. Most of them are now up to 6% reductions, some even more. As you probably are aware, we had to close our Parks and Rec department and our community center. Fortunately, on election day, the voters of Gilpin County approved a mill levy, a 3-year sunset that will allow us to reopen the community center whenever COVID allows us to reopen it. We also, as residents, passed a mill levy for our library, which was dependent on county funds, which are no longer available. Unfortunately, the residents did not approve the mill levy increase for the sheriff's department. So, you know, they had to deal with more cuts than we had hoped. And so we have to ask every department and everybody we're doing business with, can we renegotiate contracts? Can we save any money anywhere? So that's this conversation. We just wanted to start it with you, and again, having Kevin with us.
All right, what I can tell you, we're doing everything we can, even on our side over here, to minimize any excess spending that we have in any of my areas in my office. The animal shelter, we have been working short-staffed. It's hard to find anybody that even really wants to kind of work anymore, especially at what we're going to pay down there. It's not a very good paying job, and it's good paying job for cleaning up kennels and stuff like this, but it's hard to find somebody that can afford to live over here and work here. So we've worked at pretty much almost a half staff throughout the year. Our animal control officers are going in right now and helping with the shelter. So we're trying to save there. I know we're not taking in, we used to take in a lot of out-of-state dogs and stuff like this because we're a no-kill center. So people are really enthused about getting their dogs here so we could, you know, they know that we're not going to put them to sleep or anything like that. We're going to adopt them out because we're a no-kill shelter. So we kind of slowed down a little bit on taking those to limit the cost of food and stuff like this, but you know, the basic operations of the place is still the same, and I don't know how else we could really cut any savings there. So what I can do is, if you're not getting information on the runnings of the place and dog counts and stuff like this, I have a staff meeting every month at the end of the month. I will let Sue know that maybe an email out to you guys, the commissioners and the sheriff over there, of the counts of dogs in, dogs out, cats in, cats out, any other type of financial or anything like that. Would that help a little bit?
Well, I don't know that we need it monthly. I mean, our sheriff may want to see that, or our manager may want to. I guess I just feel that, you know, over the past couple of years, we don't ever even meet once a year about Charlie's Place. And I think there should be a little bit more. You know, I volunteered there. You know, we have a lot of folks in Gilpin County who are real fans of Charlie's Place. So I just feel that maybe the boards should make a point to talk about it once a year. And obviously around budget time would be helpful. And
Yeah.
I do have a question, because I've heard that all the Denver shelters are out of dogs. I don't know about cats. I don't know if you ever run out of cats, but you know, I don't know. There always seems to be a lot more cats than dogs at every shelter I go into.
I know.
But
I'm supposed to have that big. I was supposed to have that big staff meeting this morning, but due to COVID, I can't have that many staff members in a room by themselves, so I had to cancel it. what I can do is I can get you numbers for this month and send them over to you, because I don't know what they are either. I let Sue do her thing down there because she does it so well. So I trust her to keep the numbers where they need to be. And I don't know how many animals we have down there. I couldn't tell you.
Well, I think what is important is what you just said, Gail, is that getting together once a year to talk about it is at a minimum is a good idea. And maybe, I mean, we do meet, of course, with a number of counties, but it's hard to get into the weeds about something like this, when we're meeting with several other counties and a few legislators that come by for breakfast. So, and I'm not sure how often it should be. It should be at least once a year. And I would suggest that we have a meeting in which we exchange information in advance, kind of like a packet before a BOCC meeting of the topics that we're talking about. And it can be pretty minimal, a one-page summary or something like that. And then have a discussion like we're having right now. And, right around budget time does seem like a good idea. But then we can kick around, the multiple topics like we are right now, maybe, or maybe someone else has a better idea and we should meet just about Charlie's place. But certainly this is what we're doing right now is a really good thing to do.
And I'm wondering, are the friends of Charlie's Place, are they doing any more fundraising, maybe online fundraising? I know for a while they had a lot of events, but because of COVID, I'm sure all of that's been canceled. But are there some ways that people can donate?
That Friends of Charlie's Place is kind of a separate organization that we don't control over there, 501c3. So I don't really get update. I know that they're always kicking around ideas and stuff. And there probably is some type of a mechanism that people can donate. I can have Sue give me that information also, because she has her hand in there and get it over to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Sheriff.
If I could add it in, I do know that you all should be getting a letter in the mail this month from the Friends of Charlie's Place, because they do a direct mail request fundraiser that comes out every Christmas. So hopefully you'll be seeing that. I heard they were working on it. I'm not a member, but I just heard about them working on getting the letters out. So.
Okay, good, thank you.
Just one last question, and probably Sheriff, you know this. What percentage of the annual expense of Charlie's Place does Gilpin provide?
That I couldn't tell you. That would be Diane or Brent. Maybe Brent would know.
I think it's 20%.
Yeah, it's 20% is what I know.
Thank you. It is 20%. I just got a call from my budget person, and it is 20%.
Okay. Well, that limits the length of our discussion.
That's right. We should have only had, let's see, 1/5. We should have only spent 3 minutes on this.
Yeah, we're done. Thank you.
So we've kind of overrun that now too. It's noon, but we did catch up, so we're halfway through. So
I'd suggest, Randy, we go to shooting range.
Okay.
And I know that Lisa is on the call, and I believe I saw Matt Taylor that I thought Beth was going to bring over, but Randy, I'll turn it over to you if you want to, kick things off, and then Lisa might be able to give us an update as well.
Well, I think at the end of the day, I think we all know the subject matter, which is we're trying to put together a shooting range, which may or may not be able to have, and we're hoping that it does, and we're trying to see that it does have enough public shooting positions, lanes. The definition of lanes changes depending on who you're talking to, but basically shooting positions that are public shooting positions to achieve the closures, all the closures north of I-70 in both Clear Creek and Gilpin. Obviously, our priority is Clear Creek's lanes, but in collaboration, we'd like to make this RSS thing work out. But it's kind of a similar number of lanes for each position, and so we've been, we received that CPW grant. And we've gone through and these lanes are in addition to those that are achieved the Devil's Nose shooting range, which only achieves our closures on the south side of I-70. And so we're looking at a way to have an agreement in which we would share capital and operating cost in a business model that would allow us to achieve the goals of the Forest Service and CPW in order to get the grants that we can to do all of that. And in our case, since we're using the existing site that has been traditionally used in a lease from us of the land by the local sportsman's club, that somehow leaves them whole too and makes sure if possible that those users still have their access as well. So it's a kind of a calculus problem of determining how many. It might only be an algebra 2 problem rather than calculus, but in any case, it's trying to blend all of those priorities, those criteria together, and then find a way to equitably share, share the cost ultimately, and then the benefits of getting our closures. And Lisa's been, she's our, special projects coordinator, and on screen with us right now. And so she's the one that's been ramrodding. We got a CPW grant. That CPW grant funded a preliminary design and study and business plan by, I think, Vargas and Associates is the official name of their firm. And so they put a program together based on some criteria in which we're trying not to necessarily build, the Disneyland of shooting opportunities, but something that would meet those criteria and achieve our closures for us and take care of the Sportsman's Club. And I think I'd rather than burn up any more minutes talking about that, if there are any other comments by the other two Clear Creek commissioners, just to lay out further context, and then Lisa to kind of explain what's going on, and then also hear what you guys have to think about it as well.
And I'll just mention the obvious thing. I mean, we're looking for funding for this, and where we're at now is we do not have the funding identified to build out the entire lane to provide closures for both Gilpin and Clear Creek, although there's the potential for qualifying for grants. So essentially where this conversation is ultimately going to lead to is what would it cost Gilpin from a match perspective to help us build a range that would accommodate your closures too.
And I can share that we have approximately $500,000, not officially earmarked, but in funds that really can't be used for anything else. We have the Fry Quarry money, which Al Fry allowed us to change the usage for a shooting range. That happened last year. And we also have GOCO funding. And we're also hoping to bring to the table, a regional application to CPW, which we think will be very robust. You've been successful in your planning grant, but I think if we both go to CPW for an actual shovel-ready project, we'll be pretty successful. And also, we were hoping to do some in-kind work with our Public Works Department. And I just want to shout out to Lisa. She's been amazing to work with. I mean, not that we're working together, but she's been sort of updating me as things move along. And it's been really much appreciated. I've shared everything she shared with me with the board. And so we really do hope that we can be successful in creating a regional shooting range. And I fully understand that you may get some pushback saying, why all of this in Clear Creek County? So I understand that politically it can be difficult, but I do think you have a perfect location. What better spot for a shooting range than where there has historically been a shooting range? And there's so much more that can be done in terms of sound mitigation. Commissioner Marlin and I went to see that range that's right next to subdivisions. And that's not even considered a state-of-the-art range. So you know, I'm a lame duck, so whatever I say is blah, 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 blah. But Linda's very aware of the situation. At least one of our new incoming commissioners is aware of the situation, and we'll do whatever we can here to, you know, bring them up to speed on, you know, the history of the project. So I really hope that this can move forward. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Gail,
and-
you've done a ton of work on this, and I appreciate it and appreciate your passing the torch along with your knowledge on this. So thank you.
I was gonna say Randy and I are now, I think, officially lame ducks too. But one last thing I want to say financially about the project. Our intention is to create a sustainable model so that we're talking about taking lumps of capital and solving the problem, and then ideally having an operation, whether it's privately managed or we've come up with some other solution that essentially pays its own bills. But the number that you threw out there, I think that we're in the right neighborhood for potentially coming up with something that could work. So thanks for that update.
Yeah, those are good news. I'd heard some rumors, but I hadn't heard those numbers yet. So that's better than even the rumors I'd heard. So this is a case where reality was larger than rumor. So that's
Val, I hope I was right with that number.
It's close. It's somewhere around 400,000. Yeah, it's close.
And Sean and I, yeah, he's right. Yeah, we're lame ducks too. It's just we get to flap our broken wing for about 4 more years. So
Well, I guess I fall on that too then. I've got 2 years left on me.
I totally disagree. You're not a lame duck until about a month before the end of your term.
yeah.
That's right, Gail.
I know George is preferring that to go ahead and think of us as lame ducks now. I'm aware of that. So.
I doubt that.
No, I'm just, you know, I'm not as bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as I was 2 years ago. That's for sure. So I think some information that is maybe fresh for everybody here. I did reach out to the Forest Service. Of course, we spent some time processing a $2.5 million price tag for this thing, which is shocking. Forest Service shared that they are also shocked by the cost for the Devil's Nose range, which is coming in at about 1.9 million. So 400,000 sounds great. I would hope that Clear Creek could come up with something similar in terms of finding matching money. And I share, I think, well, speaking just for myself, I admire that Gilpin has found some ways to fund this not using their general fund, and I think Clear Creek is looking for the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the solutions are. I think we've asked Lisa to look at what our potential revenue streams are. We've asked our consultant to look at how this thing could be phased so that we can, you know, maybe use multiple rounds of the CPW grant to get where we need to be.
Yeah.
I think you brought up something, and Gail, I appreciate your noticing it, that because we've talked about it before, you know, that one of our concerns has been the Rec Sports Shooting Partnership. You know, it's done some great things. Its purpose was to avoid that game of whack-a-mole, or maybe a better way to put it is make sure that no one shares or no one owns the burden of having all the shooters come to them, that everybody's supposed to do their share. One of our concerns was that nothing was arising in any of the other counties in terms of mountain ranges, mountain shooting ranges. Their ranges were all down more or less in the flats. And we know that a lot of people like to go to the mountains. I mean, that's pretty clear, and it's been more clear in the last year than ever. And that includes for shooting, and we hear it around us all the time. And if everyone else got their closures but didn't have a range, one of our concerns was that means that all of the official lanes in the mountains would be coming to our area. And I harbor a great concern about whether that would even whether it will even reduce the amount of dispersed recreational shooting. It will change where you can do it legally or not, but whether it would really, at the end of the day, if people come to ranges and they're full, they're just going to go to the nearest legal and sometimes illegal place because there's no bright orange lines on the ground out there in the national forest that tell you exactly when you're standing within the no shoot versus shooting area. So a lot of it is behavioral modification and trying to give people outlets to do other things. And so that's one of the things that I do have a little bit of good news, in that I know that Larimer and Boulder are looking at maybe collaborating on something in the northwest part of Boulder and southwest part of Larimer to try to come up with a range up there. And I was contacted by the natural resources director. I put in touch with Lisa to try to ferret out there. And they're just now really embarking on that project at this time. They don't even know where they would put it yet. They're where we were a couple of years ago, you know. So there's some possibility that there'll be somebody to absorb some of that market as well. I think one thing about Gilpin and Clear Creek is we're close enough together that, you know, that the dynamic that I described that could apply to us applies to both of us. You know, we don't want to be the only place in the mountains where everybody comes, but we do want our closures. We want to get through it.
And I would just offer that strategically, if the range is just coming in astronomically high for what we need for both counties in terms of the number of shooting positions, I would not stop asking. I would consider asking the U.S. Forest Service for a variance, because, you know, this was a very lengthy process. It was a 6-year process. And what came out of it was very different from what I expected at the beginning. At the beginning of the process, we only looked at U.S. Forest Service land and CPW land. After Devil's Nose, they then told us maybe 4 years later that no, they have their skin in the game, so they're not allowing any more ranges on their property. I don't know that that's equitable. You know, I question that. And so as we know, at the end of the process, the onus really landed up on the counties. And it's U.S. Forest Service land where people want to shoot. Now, you know, we want from them the closures. So it's a partnership for certain, but partnerships can, you know, arrangements can be made and things can change. So that's the only thing I want to say, that if we wind up where we just can't get to the right amount, the right dollar amount, we need to talk to the U.S. Forest Service and see how they can help us if they can.
Well, I certainly agree with that. I mean, to say that this project, which was, I think, brought upon us in large part by the Forest Service as we began to try to find a way to get some closures to cover a multi-county area with multiple ranges to be able to achieve the closures, and then expect that we will not only provide the land and the construction cost, but the operational cost afterwards. And to say that one spot of land for this entire region in one county is enough skin in the game on that side is pretty questionable. And it seems like it's we want to be, and we have been good partners with the Forest Service and them to us too, but it seems like it's thinking that all the way through and seeing the price tags now makes it worth reopening that conversation.
Randy, this is going to feed into the NOCO work also.
Yep.
Because sport shooting is recreation on the forest. And so, you know, I'm just glad to know that the county will be moving forward in the NOCO partnership. Randy, I hope that you put your name into the hat for the executive leadership position. And yeah, lots more to happen on this issue, but I'm very hopeful and I'm very grateful to Clear Creek for considering a partnership with Gilpin.
I wanted to follow up, Gail. We did specifically pose the question to CPW's representative last week. Would it make our application stronger to pull together with Gilpin? And the answer was yes.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we've got 12 minutes to go, and it sounds like we're in a place that what we're doing is developing some ideas. And I would suggest that that we would have our staff get together with whomever you designate so that we can firm up those numbers. You know, like I said, I already wrote it down and I used a pen, so I can't erase it. I wrote down that number you said a minute ago, and I thought I heard 500,000. George, I heard you say 400,000. What did you?
Hey, by the time we have to build, maybe there'll be some more GOCO funding, which can only be used for outdoor recreation, right?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
So I think that you opened up some really great ideas, and Lisa was probably already aware of most of this stuff that I wasn't but if you weren't, Lisa, let's kind of draw a circle around a couple of different jurisdictions and try to figure out how to get this thing done the right way. With the additional funds that we think we can find. And it also gives us a lot more bargaining power with which to go back and have that conversation with the Forest Service. And it may not be for their land, it may be for their money. We'll figure this thing out, so.
And from a Clear Creek side, I would suggest communicating with Lisa and her team. They've been intimately involved with this shooting range for quite some time. So that's my suggestion, would be the communication run through Lisa.
I think that's great. And maybe going forward, since I'm not quite a lame duck, if Lisa could include me on the communications, then I can take the baton that Gail's tossing and keep running with it, along with Sandy and our other new commissioner, Webb.
Well, Linda, right now you have all the responsibilities that Ron and I have, right?
Oh yeah, but you've just been a champion, and we've all had our areas of of extra work, and you've just done a great job, Gail.
Thank you.
Okay, what was that fourth thing?
I think, Randy, the fourth thing that I had was maybe just a quick discussion update on the health clinic and whether or not there's opportunity for partnership with Gilpin County on the fundraising effort for the health clinic. So again, I'll turn it back over to you, Randy.
Okay. Now I'll take this flaming potato and toss it over to no. Yeah, I mean, we're in the process of putting together. We have, it's changing rapidly because we're getting more private donations now, and some good news from a few places. But I'm embarrassed to say, we have a $7.1 million overall project, which encompasses everything, including the land that we've donated and the grants that we've received and some of our other funds that we've tossed in. And we've had incredible donations from the Colorado Health Foundation, from DOLA, from the El Pomar Foundation, from the Henderson Mine and others. And so we're up to it was about 4.4, but I think it might have jumped a little bit in the last couple of days from some reports we're getting. And so Sean and George, if you can update those, or somebody can hear just a little more. We're seeking the balance of those funds. One of the biggest pieces of the funds, the larger one, we have $1.5 million from the Colorado Health Foundation, but $1 million of that is to be matching funds that matches up to other local contributions that we get and partnerships. And I don't even know if a Gilpin County contribution counts as matching funds towards that. It might or might not. I hadn't discussed that personally, but so I guess we see a benefit to both counties, kind of like these other projects we're talking about. And we don't know what level of involvement and financial collaboration we might be able to find from Gilpin County, but certainly, once again, all these things cost a lot of money, and we've embarked on this $7.1 million project in order to bring a higher level of healthcare to our region and provide something along this western end as you get up into the hills for our population. Our CHAPS health assessments showed that in the absence of a clinic here for a long time, that the overall health of our population had definitely dropped, and there was no other reasonable correlation to that except the absence of healthcare. And we know that a lot of people, even who have insurance, don't go to a doctor because they're for whatever reason they don't have the resources, the incentive, or whatever to do it until it becomes more serious. By having this here, we know it's going to help. And the collaborative care issue of it, The collaborative care model is one where we are pooling our public and private health resources into one place to have a new first-class private clinic combined with our public health, so that we marry not only public and private, but behavioral, mental, and physical health into a holistic model that really helps everyone. So that's the sales pitch, and it's on the table. And I would recommend, I would welcome actually any comments from the other commissioners here, and to sweeten the pitch a little more.
I think that's a really good overview. The thing I would add to it, we were talking about things like JCMH crisis management services potentially being housed at that new clinic. And I believe the resource specifically that JCMH has identified lives in Gilpin County, and potentially there's a lot of things I think we can collaborate on. And I know that now is not a good time to be twisting your arm for any money from your county government, but there are other stakeholders in your community, perhaps the gambling industry when they're back on their feet, who may have a stake in a successful clinic, and they may benefit from it for their workforce. And our fundraising is going to last for a couple of years from here on out, and I think we're taking a fairly measured and patient approach. And I did a little bit of research. I found out there's a billionaire who lives in your county, and there are potentially people who are really aligned with healthcare and rural healthcare. And when the time is right, we would love to engage you in that conversation and see if we could come up with some kind of an offering that would appeal to the folks that live in Gilpin as well.
Yeah, actually we have 2 billionaires.
Nice.
You and me, right, Dale?
The first is he's actually the wealthiest African-American in the country. He's only 125th on the Forbes list, but Robert Smith is the owner of quite a bit of land in Lincoln Hills. So he, I don't know how soft a touch he is, but we would say let's reach out. The other is Bruce Clinton, who comes from Chicago and who was very helpful in establishing the library in Gilpin initially. So I think we can do what we can to help on the fundraising end, but right now, you should see our fund balance projections. They're pretty sobering.
The one kind of concrete next step that may make sense, we have a really top-notch fundraising consultant that we've hired. It might make sense to just put together a conversation where maybe he can sit on in one of your commissioner meetings and just kind of tell you about what he's done in Clear Creek, and you guys can maybe do a little bit of brainstorming to see if he might be able to get a little bit of traction in Gilpin.
That sounds good.
I think it's also important to loop in the folk in Gilpin who are working on the clinic solution. So let's not leave them out of the mix.
Thanks, Ron.
Right, Ron. That's right.
Is there a different clinic conversation happening in Gilpin?
No, there has been talk, George, excuse me, of Clinica Campesina having a clinic, some sort of clinic anyway, a presence in Gilpin County. There is a professional building where, it's been talked about them possibly being able to open up something. But as far as I know, it's just still discussion.
Yeah, whereas you have actually broken ground, which is admirable.
Yep, that's right.
So maybe what I can do is connect our, as Sean suggested, connect Rob Pike, our fundraising consultant, with you all, and see if there could be opportunity for just a conversation at this point.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Thank you.
Okay.
I also, go ahead, Ed.
Keith, you can send that contact information to me and I can schedule something.
Okay, great. Thanks, Abel.
Thank you.
We obviously don't have time to discuss this right now, but I think there's been some transition in Gilpin County's public health function. And there might be some opportunity to look at the operation of this building and our public health departments to improve quality, find savings, specifically around some of the opportunities that this building affords us.
So public health, we currently contract with Jeffco. What is your public health situation? Do you have staff or?
We split our human services and public health. We had a combined department on March 1, and by, I don't know, June, we had a separated human services and public health department. So that's a pretty big structural change for us. And I know historically we didn't think that we needed a separate public health department with its own director.
Well, I must say that, you know, we have a public health coordinator who is actually a Jeffco employee, although she lives in Gilpin, and she's just done a wonderful job during this pandemic. And we really appreciate having the depth of experience and staff that Jeffco brings to the table. Granted, you know, the director retired, so Ron, have they, we haven't met the new director. Have they named them?
I'm not aware that they had hired or have him in place yet. You know, the stuff that I've been seeing is just, you know, Jody at that level of the organization running things still.
But we're always, you know, talking about partnerships is always on the table with us.
So maybe once again, what I could do, Tim Ryan is our relatively new, he's been with us for about 6 months, but he's our new public health director. He's an epidemiologist, very knowledgeable. Maybe I can talk to Tim and have him reach out to, would it be someone at Jeffco or someone in Gilpin, just to explore any potential opportunities for partnerships.
I think it should be the Board of Health, which is the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay.
So if you connect him with Avell, that'd be great.
Okay, will do.
Well, we've just hit 12:30, and I imagine it's 12:30 where you are too.
12:31.
And we do have another session coming up here. So I want to say thanks. This was an enjoyable and great conversation and very helpful to both of us, I think. And give us some great, some good news and some things to work on, I think, that'll help us round out our projects and give us a greater, you know, probability of success. So.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
thank you.
Randy and Clear Creek.
And happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, same to you, Val.
Same to you.
Okay.
Do it
Bye.
carefully.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Think of yourselves. Virtual
Absolutely.
turkey this year. Virtual.
Absolutely.
Zoom relatives.
Thanks again.
Here.
Thanks, everyone.
So our next item, 12:30, is a work session with Community First Foundation and Kelly Duncan, and I see her on screen, as well as Ken Kerwin, and so I'm not sure who's leading this part of the discussion, but I'm pretty sure it's not me.
Randy did a great job with Gilpin. So thank you for taking the lead on Gilpin. I think maybe I would suggest, Sean, you might kick things off here, and then we'll be anxious to hear from Ken and Kelly.
Yeah, and I'll be really brief. Since before my time here at Clear Creek, I know Phil Buckland started some conversations about the possibility of creating a community foundation here in Clear Creek to serve our charitable needs here. And the idea wasn't necessarily to create a foundation, but to create a culture of fundraising and a structure and infrastructure that made it possible to do things that were specifically targeted towards needs in our community. And then Tara from Henderson basically championed that and mentioned that they had some resources and some interest, and Lalitha has followed up on that. And I met Kelly and Ken in their office far before the pandemic, maybe a couple of years ago, to start this conversation. So it's something that we've been kicking around for a little while now. And I know the school district started having similar conversations. And the reason why I wanted to invite Kelly and Ken here today was just to basically allow the other two commissioners to have a chance to meet them and also our staff. And the purpose of the meeting today was really just to introduce Community First, introduce a new model that they have in mind, which is modeled after, I believe, something that exists in Wyoming, where essentially a community like us, instead of having to do the full lift of applying to the IRS for our own 501c3 status, creating an investment committee, managing money, doing all of that stuff, we could essentially potentially partner with an organization like Community First to be the bank for us, if you will, and to provide back-end services and infrastructure to allow us to focus on the fundraising and identifying meeting needs in our community. So I probably said more than I intended to, but Kelly is the CEO, Ken is the CFO, and I just wanted to turn it over to them to say maybe a little bit about what a community foundation is, perhaps a little bit of history about Community First, and then answer any questions and kind of paint a picture about what a partnership might look like.
Thanks, Sean. Are you okay if I share my screen? We have a presentation that I think some visuals will help. Okay, great. So I will go ahead and do that. So first of all, we're really excited to be with you here today. You'll see this says November 12th. This was the date that we sent Sean this information to make sure this would actually meet your needs. And this doesn't have to be too formal. So I'll start presenting and talking, but at any time, interrupt me if you have questions. We've saved some time for question and answers at the end, but don't hesitate to stop me in between. So I thought I'd just quickly go over an introduction to Community First Foundation, let you know what a community foundation is, what are the benefits of an affiliate fund, an example of what a Clear Creek County Foundation fund could look like, and then Ken will talk to you about the costs, and of course we can ask all kinds of questions and hopefully we'll be able to answer your questions. So I'll start with Community First Foundation. So our history, we were founded in 1975 as the fundraising arm of Lutheran Medical Center. And over the years, we have evolved as changes in the community has evolved, and we're now a standalone community foundation. And we recently completed a strategic planning process and have refreshed our purpose, our vision, and our mission. And so our purpose is that together we'll make good possible. And we're really intentional about that word together. As a community foundation, it's incumbent upon us to work with the community in everything that we do. And we use the word good there because we're not here to define what good is for a particular community. That's up to the community to define what good is, whether it's kindness, whether it's equity, whether it's engagement in the community gets to define it, and we'll work together with them to make that happen. And then you'll see our vision is that all communities in Jeffco have the opportunity to thrive. So if I were you, the first question I might ask is, well, what does that mean for Clear Creek County? And it's a great question. And our vision around Jeffco really has to do more with our discretionary funds than anything. So we have an endowment of about $440 million, 3/4 of which is unrestricted. And with those unrestricted funds, we make grants to Jeffco-based nonprofits. And that's where Jeffco comes in. And we really chose the word opportunity because we think opportunity is at the heart of equity. And we use thrive because we think thrive is astonishing wellness, whether it's arts or education or economic prosperity. We also were very intentional as we developed our strategic plan to leave ourselves option to expand beyond Jeffco should we see that opportunity arise. And we chose Jeffco for a couple of reasons. One, we have our history and our roots here. We've done a lot of work here. And two, there was a real lack of philanthropic investment in Jeffco. But we also noticed that our surrounding counties, Clear Creek, Gilpin, Park, and Teller, were also not benefiting from a lot of philanthropic investment. So our board had a lot of conversations and we're quite intentional to create a strategic plan that left open the option for how we could serve the surrounding counties who were also not getting the philanthropic investment that they likely needed or deserved in order to thrive. And then our mission is really to achieve the extraordinary by activating people, ideas, and resources. So again, we don't come with the answers, but we can help activate what already exists in the community to make the extraordinary possible. Any questions there before we move on? Okay, I see some nodding or shaking of heads. So what is a community foundation? So a community foundation is a tax-exempt, nonprofit, publicly supported philanthropic organization. Lots of words there. What does that mean? It's a public charity. So we have our 501c3 status from the IRS. We are a tax-exempt public charity. But unlike other public charities, we also make grants to nonprofits in the community. As I mentioned, we have about a $440 million endowment. We use our unrestricted portion of that endowment to make grants in the community. On the other side of the house, we really work with donors to find ways for them to contribute to the interests that their charitable interests and causes. So we do everything from helping a donor open a donor advised fund. We will help nonprofits open endowments and we'll steward those assets on their behalf. We'll also open what we might call a field of interest fund, where a bunch of people get together, they're interested in a particular cause, they pool their money, and then they have an advisory committee that advises us on how they want to contribute that money into the community. And typically, community foundations serve a geographic area. They both fundraise and make grants. They're pretty skilled at managing and investing charitable funds, and we'll get to that in a minute. And we really try to position ourselves to act in coordination with the community and local government to really make a difference in the communities that we serve. So what are the benefits of an affiliate fund? So as Sean said, we talked to the Wyoming Foundation. They have a bunch of affiliate funds. So the Wyoming Foundation's geographic focus is Wyoming. They also have affiliate funds that can go a little bit deeper in different localities within Wyoming. So they'll have a Cheyenne affiliate fund. They'll have a Gillette affiliate fund. But this isn't restricted just to Wyoming. Arizona Community Foundation does it. Community foundations across the United States open these affiliate funds. And there's really several benefits to them. The first, it's easy to get started. It's one agreement. You sign the agreement with us and we can get started. And it saves you a bunch of time and effort in terms of applying for your tax exempt status, hiring all the staff, building the relationships, engaging vendors, everything you'd need to start a new business, you'd likely need to start a new community foundation. It's also really cost effective. So creating a foundation from scratch is not easy in terms of time nor money. But by becoming an affiliate, the funds you raise can be used to benefit your community instead of paying for all the overhead that would be required for a new community foundation. You also can have a local focus. So an affiliate fund is really supported by a local advisory board. So while we would be the foundation that holds the fund, you would have a local advisory board that was on the ground creating connections with your community and advising us on how you wanted to use the funds to support your community. And then finally, you'd benefit from our administrative and financial expertise. We've been around for more than 40 years. We have a really sophisticated investment structure. We've got professional management. We can receive all kinds of gifts and do the receipting for those gifts. We can take stocks, we can take cash, we can take wire transfers. And we also have a handy little, you can see behind me, a handy little online giving platform called coloradogives.org. And coloradogives.org operates 24/7, 365 days a year, and is known for powering Colorado Gives Day, which is a 24-hour online giving event to support nonprofits throughout the state. You would have the benefit of using coloradogives.org to raise funds for your organization, for your affiliate fund. So here's an example of what it could look like for the Clear Creek County Community Foundation Fund. So we talked to Sean, and we've also been talking to the school district, and we also created a fund for the integrated healthcare facility that you're looking to build. Rather than having three separate funds that could create some confusion in your local community, we can create an umbrella fund that is the Clear Creek County Community Foundation Fund and raise funds for all kinds of different activities within that fund. So the purpose of this fund would be to engage Clear Creek County community members to provide financial support for community needs such as education, healthcare, or even just supporting the nonprofits. You decide, and you would tell us what you would want the purpose to be. The structure, you'd become an affiliate fund housed at Community First Foundation and guided by an advisory board of your choosing. You have access to experienced investment you'd have infrastructure, including investment expertise. Ooh, I just said, it just says that, can you guys still hear me? You can't
Missed
hear
the
me.
last couple sentences.
Yeah, I took off your video so we could hear you better. Sorry.
Perfect. No, that's fine. It just said my internet was unstable. Do you want to jump in, Ken? Do you have better internet right now?
Yeah, I can jump in.
Okay, so you can hear.
Yeah, so the idea would be kind of this umbrella foundation fund, if you will, with a series of purposes underneath, each of which you would define what those purposes would be relative to your community. And I think from our perspective, that would allow you and your advisory boards to communicate and coordinate with one another so that you don't have one group going to a group of funders in the community asking for A and another group going and asking for B, but you could really think more holistically about how you approach fundraising and community engagement within your community. I think Kelly was almost done with that slide. So any questions on that? So this is a snapshot of what it could look like. And I will say, my eyes aren't that good or my screen's not that big, so I can't see the print on there, but we actually just picked the print up from another relationship we have. But the idea was just to kind of give you a visual of what this could look like on the Colorado Gives website. So to be on the website, you have to be a 501c3. It's one of the requirements. But because it's our website and we are a 501c3, we have a placement on Colorado Gives. And so we can have, as a participant in the website, we can create kind of sub funds, if you will. And so this is kind of a newer feature that we put together where we could build kind of a larger Clear Creek County webpage within the Colorado Gives website on our site. And then, we just put some examples of what some of those sub areas might be, whether it's the Collaborative Healthcare Center, whether it's the school district, or whatever particular issue you're trying to address within the community. So that, again, you kind of have that coordinated approach as you work within the community, both from a fundraising and engagement perspective. And then you and everybody in your community can see exactly where the needs are and how they could communicate and contribute. And again, the idea would be then that each of these boxes underneath would represent an area of interest, and you would develop an advisory board or an advisory committee that would really work on the engagement and fundraising within your community within those areas. So it's finding the champion within each area and getting them involved.
Quick follow-up question on that. How do the recommendations from the local team, steering, whatever you're calling them, how much weight do they carry? I know that they're recommendations and not decisions.
So they carry tremendous weight, and we have these relationships, whether it not necessarily an affiliate relationship, but we have other funds at the foundation that have advisory boards and advisory committees, and really it's those committees that know the work better than we know it. So we aren't imposing our judgment on top of that committee. What we're really doing is making sure that the distribution is compliant with tax law. So we would envision these distributions being made to 501c3s or government entities. And that's really where we get involved. So I've never seen the foundation come in and second guess a distribution from a program perspective, only from a compliance perspective. And that's to make sure both the foundation and you are doing things right.
Sounds smart to me.
Any more questions on that? So there's two boxes here on fees, and the top box is an asset-based fee, and that is our standard fee that we charge hundreds of funds at the foundation. But I will say our typical model would be more permanent funds or very, very long-term funds, where there's an effort to build up the volume of the fund to create some critical mass and have annual distributions out. And so typically we have an asset-based fee. And, in talking really with the folks about the community center, talking with the folks about the school district, and talking with Sean, I think what we really see is a need, especially right now, not to build up large balances of funds that you could distribute out to the community 25 years later. That makes fundraising really hard, and it makes impact nearly impossible. And so we're really talking about more of a model where you're raising money for that need and distributing it out for that need on a real-time basis. So what we proposed and what we're doing with the other two funds is looking at a transaction-based fee of 3% on all the gifts that we receive into the foundation. Now, ideally, from our perspective, this would be a really long-term relationship, and you would build up some significant balances over time, building some permanent funds to address issues. And then we might look at an asset-based fee might make more sense at that point. But we think, especially as this is very transactional at the front end and dollars coming in, going out, that a transaction-based fee makes more sense. And I will tell you, these are not hard numbers, but we were envisioning receiving, around 10 gifts per month, making 3 grants per month. So we really built this as kind of a low-cost model. If we saw a lot of activity, we would have to come back and reevaluate what that means. For example, if we were getting 100 gifts per month. But the other piece to that is we really see the gifts coming in through our Colorado Gives platform. And so there's no limit on the number of gifts, the size of the gifts, anything when it comes to the platform, because it's so efficient to process there. It doesn't add any burden for us. The only thing that happens there is there's an additional 2% fee for processing. And I'm sure you all know Visa and MasterCard and everybody in that system takes their fee. So all transactions on the platform pay 2% just to help us pay those fees. But there would be no additional charge for that. So between 3 and 5%, depending on which way the gifts came in. And then we'd want to kind of get an understanding of what makes the most sense. If you have larger gifts coming in, we'd not want to use Colorado Gives unless it made sense for the donor, because why give Visa and MasterCard 2%? So, but especially if you have lots of Colorado Gives, let your donors make gifts $5 at a time. And so that's where Colorado Gives really makes sense. And you can reach out in the community. Donors can make gifts anytime they want. They can go on, they can see what the areas of interest are, and they can designate their gifts for those areas. And then of course, on the back end, we track that for you and report back how much money's come into each area. Any questions on the pricing?
I would just throw out there, I mean, if you compare that to something like GoFundMe, I think GoFundMe is 50% higher than that, maybe more.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the other thing that we find, especially with the Colorado Gives.org platform, is we give any donor peace of mind that we've vetted every nonprofit on the site so that they know they're giving to a legitimate, tax-exempt charitable organization. And that, I think, for a lot of people can't be understated.
Yeah, and of course the tax deduction that's available because we're a public charity versus a GoFundMe, where they may not enjoy that. And of course, then the relationship through Colorado Gives Day and just being connected and part of that day.
Well, I'll speak for myself. After having heard this, this is a fundraising model for our community that I think makes a lot of sense. The idea of having a foundation, this sounds a lot more efficient than building our own foundation, which is something, Sean, I want to thank you for your drive on this. And I know that we also have a foundation in Grand County that we want to have this conversation with as well. But in general, Sean, thank you for bringing this to the table here. And I'm curious, what are our next steps if we want to continue to pursue this?
Yeah, so we're signing an agreement with the school district, hopefully this week or next week, to create a fund for them, so that they can participate in this year's Colorado Gives Day. So I think the next steps would be, if you're interested, we could share with you what a fund agreement might look like. You could take a look at it, see what works, what doesn't work. And then if you're interested in moving forward with us, truly, I wasn't kidding when I said it was easy and it was signing one fund agreement and then we're up and running. I think we signed that fund agreement, then we work with you to identify who you would like your advisory board to be. We could sit down with you and talk about what work you want to do in the community and give you any sort of tips or suggestions we have based on our experience. So those are the next steps as I see them. And if you need us to talk to other people in the community, we're more than happy to do that.
I have a quick question about the school district. Are they establishing a fund kind of in the same manner that we've already established the fund for the Idaho Springs Collaborative Care Clinic? Or are you doing something a little more than that with the school district?
So it's going to be very, very similar, Sean. In fact, the agreement is virtually identical, just changing out the names. So we've tried to keep pricing concepts as similar as possible in all the conversations, really keep that door open for unification at the point that it makes sense at the county level. And the other piece I would say that to think about is kind of a branding. Because I mean, the reality is, I don't think your donors want to make gifts to, they want to make a gift to Clear Creek County, and they want to know that when they're making the gift. So one of the ideas we had discussed is we could just go acquire the name if you wanted, Clear Creek Community Foundation, and you could organize under that name and fundraise under that name, really to keep that consistency for your community.
I have a question, and anybody can comment on this. Part of me thinks that when I looked at your picture of Jefferson County and my knowledge of kind of what's going on here in the unincorporated Jeffco area in Evergreen, do you think it makes sense to maybe draw the line a little bit further than just in Clear Creek and maybe incorporate Gilpin or incorporate unincorporated Jeffco in Evergreen and think of it as like a Foothills Foundation? Is that something that makes sense, or would you kind of view that as us infringing on your Jeffco territory?
Not even a little bit. I mean, I think we, like a rising tide raises all boats. If we're both working to support Jeffco, whether it's unincorporated or incorporated Jeffco, we're supportive of it. And as I said, our board was really intentional looking at where we were seeing philanthropic investment, and there was just such a dearth of it in Clear Creek and Gilpin. I mean, it stuck out pretty predominantly. So we'd love to work with you on sort of expanding that focus and make it a Foothills. We'd be more than happy to do that.
One other question I had, and sorry, then I'll turn over to you, Randy. I understand the accepting of gifts and the management of the funds. It seems like we might need a little bit more assistance with helping select our advisory board and maybe a little bit more horsepower. Is that something that you're open to? And have you thought about commercially what that type of an agreement might look like?
Do you mean that we would help you raise funds? Is that what you're talking about? Like using some of our staff to help you with fundraising or to help you with the logistics around your meetings with the advisory committee?
Well, that's a possible one too. And the school district and Henderson and I have had some informal conversations about, and Rob Pike has been in the middle of that, about the potential of pooling together and hiring a fundraising resource to go out and raise funds. And I think that's a great idea, right? Because that's the hard part. That's the part that volunteer board members don't always want to sign up for. And it didn't occur to me that you might be able to help us in some sort of a contractual agreement with that. So personally, I would be open to that. But I'm just wondering if there's other knowledge, other support we might need to get the affiliate model off the ground that's not included in the 3% and the financial management also.
Do you want to
waiting for an answer to that?
Maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know.
Go ahead, Ken.
Oh, So I think where I'm struggling a little bit, Sean, is I think the beauty of this model is it's allowing us to work together and leveraging the infrastructure and the resources we have to help you get going. Where I am struggling is I think we don't know your local community. So in terms of like pulling people together, that sort of thing, I mean, we could talk to you about fundraising strategies, but in terms of who the right people are, I think we would have to look to you and your community to really guide that. In terms of logistics around meetings, if you need help with that, of course, we could help with that. But I think the idea too is that these advisory committees become kind of self-sufficient and are able to work back into the community. But if you had I would say this, if you had a specific need, please come to us and let us see what we can do.
Absolutely. And I think we can help you in terms of laying out what is the purpose of the advisory committee, what roles do individual members play, so we created for our own board a board engagement menu, which has been really effective in letting board members identify how they want to support the organization in ways that play to their own skill set and their own comfort level. We could modify that for you for your advisory board. We could help you in terms of, how you get started and how you defined what the purpose of the advisory committee is, what are the sort of conflict of interest that you would, if you wanted to have some sort of conflict of interest, who can be involved and how do they declare those conflict of interest and how do you handle them? We absolutely can handle and help you with those sorts of things. But as Ken said, I think we'd want to know specifically what the needs are so we could determine how best to help. And if it was fundraising, then I think it would probably be an additional fee. And you might be better off, you might be better off hiring Rob to continue to work in Clear Creek if he already has those relationships and he knows the community.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
I think Rob could also, I mean, again, like anything else, reach out. We have fundraising staff, so professional fundraisers. So if there's ever a question or looking for help with strategy or anything, again, reach out and let our folks help with that.
My comment a moment ago, and it's given me some more time to mull it over and think of the pros and cons, is that if we choose a special name, how we choose that name should probably be sensitive to the, and it's not a negative, but the particular, I mean, there are a lot of people here that identify very much with their locale and with Clear Creek in general. And honestly, that's true on the east and the west end of Clear Creek. And when we go to foothills or something like that, that might work. It might be vanilla enough though, that it causes some people to say, well, I feel like I'm dumping it into a larger pot that I'm not sure, because they may have this identity or this thought that they're, that the percentage of what comes out of an aggregated fund may or may not be of enough benefit to what they perceive to be their community. That said, it's also important that we have a name that everyone in Clear Creek or Clear Creek Gilpin can identify with to solve and satisfy the need that you've expressed, that you've identified here. And so this isn't not an us versus them or regional locale thing so much as figuring out what are the best words to make people for people to be able to know that they're contributing to something that will bring value to their lives, what they perceive to be that universe. I'm not really sure what that is, but we should give some good thought to it, because done right, it's a powerful tool.
I agree with that. The only thing I would add to that is the way that Ken was describing the funds, the foothills or whatever we want to call it is an umbrella, and underneath that you could have Clear Creek Health Fund, right? And that is very focused, and and there could be a educational, vocational fund, bike tech, whatever you want to call it, so that it's very clear what people are aligned with. And like it was kind of alluded at the beginning, I certainly don't view that as a competitive thing, because I mean, my experience is people who want to fund trails, they may be the same people who want to fund healthcare or education. But in general, people kind of tend to self-select for what they really care about. And, you know, I think it's better to give people more opportunities to be aligned with what they care about and look at it that way.
And I agree with all that. And again, I was trying to choose my words carefully so that they weren't misinterpreted. I really am thinking of it from a marketing and identity standpoint. And whatever the name is that's printed on the umbrella seems like it's important too. That's all I meant. And that, so it's a fun project to figure out how to pick those words so that they can be of you know, the greatest long-term benefit to us financially, so we can have the greatest success with an organization. That's all I meant.
Do you guys typically see the local affiliates have volunteer administration, or do you see some partner fund the administration, just in terms of the logistics of having an organization meet and all of that?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question.
So any organization needs to have regular meetings and keep minutes and build agendas and do all of that administrative work. Some all volunteer organizations show up and do well, and that model works for decades. And then other times having administration be volunteer can be a real threat to the sustainability. And so I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that, if you're aware of an all volunteer model that you think is successful, or a way that an affiliate has found to pay for that administration to be professional.
It's a great question. Typically included in the fee is, and it would be included in the fee, is our staff's help in making sure that you have a regular cadence of meetings, that there are minutes, and that we have some staffing there to make sure that what you're doing aligns with our nonprofit status, that we're not doing anything that could jeopardize that, and that we're providing you the service and support that you need.
Oh, okay. So then you guys take care of that.
We can absolutely help you with that. You let us know the cadence of your meetings and we can figure out how to help you. What the, we will keep the minutes because they'll be public. We can keep those for you. You can make sure that we get those to whoever the chair of your advisory committee is, and we'll work side by side with you. Did you want to add anything, Ken?
No, I think you got it, Kelly.
I think you kind of alluded at part of that too, is, you know, you have a strong vested interest, which is protecting your own reputation, your own tax status, et cetera, and that's part of what we would be paying for.
Correct.
And Mitch threw out something interesting too. He said that the school district has asked for your support in professional development for our foundation board. So that kind of touches on what George mentioned also.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say, the same thing. I saw that over there and I thought it was a, lets us know that's out there. Well, I don't know how much more we want to talk about today, except that this is it's a really intriguing thing for me, and it's really thank you very much for coming to visit today. And I echo George in saying thanks, Sean, for pushing this so hard over the last year when we started looking at ways to fund, for example, our clinic. That concept of a community foundation that can allow us to fundraise and really kind of do things that affect the spirit of Clear Creek, to make this a better place all the way around, because there are so many different things like this health clinic that we can do within a structure and that can really encompass a lot of pride that we have in the place. And thanks a lot for pushing this.
Can I show you guys something real quick? How are we doing for time? What's our next agenda item?
Our next agenda item is an executive session that will follow, and I'll just pitch it out right now. I'll need a little time before 2 o'clock to do something for a little bit, so we can come into a later executive session if we want to, pick a time to drop into it. And but I've got a little time right now still.
Yeah, okay. I won't be that long. There's a community foundation up in the Teton Valley called the Community Foundation of Teton Valley. It's headquartered in Driggs, Idaho. And one of my friends makes donations there. and I got to know them a little bit, and they're exactly what we're talking about, because they're an affiliate of the Jackson Hole Community Foundation, just across the pass. And if I could share my screen here. I just wanted to show you, they've been around for 12 years, I guess, and they're also in a community. Can you see that screen now?
Mhm.
They're in a community of fewer people than Clear Creek. There's a ski resort right there. They obviously have more wealth than we do. But here's the kind of things that you can also do with a community foundation, kind of like what Colorado Gives Day is. It would give us the opportunity to do something uniquely Clear Creek as well. And what they've done up in Driggs is this thing called the Tin Cup Challenge, and they engage their businesses, they engage families, and it's super impressive about what they've been able to accomplish. And they do this fundraising initiative over a period of 2 months in the summertime. And you can see over the last 12 years, they've raised $16.3 million, and 1 in 4 households is engaged in it. So, I mean, that is kind of an extreme example of what kind of potential this sort of partnership harbors for us. But, you know, it's super exciting. And, you know, if we were even able to achieve a fraction of that, you know, we would be so much better off than we are now.
Mhm.
And that's all I wanted to share. I don't know if you've seen anything similar to like that, Ken or Kelly.
I love that. I think that is a great example. And it's a great example of how we could leverage the Colorado Gives platform to engage the community in whatever challenge Clear Creek County Community Foundation Fund comes up with to engage their community. The other thing we can do is, if you have donors who have sufficient income and want to create donor advised funds that would be for the benefit of the Clear Creek County Community Foundation Fund, we can help them do that at Community First Foundation as well.
Yeah, and I guess the last thing I would throw out there, at the beginning of the conversation, we were talking about the endowment model, if you will, and kind of where that I could see that coming into play for us is, you know, we do have wealthy families who live in our community, and usually there's some sort of a transition. Usually, unfortunately, someone ends up dying to make these things happen, or they end up selling a company. But the whole idea is, you know, there's somebody who has a real soft spot in their heart for Mount Evans Hospice or whoever it is, and essentially a role of the community foundation would be to help educate people like that about what their opportunities are. Another really good one is, you know, when you're selling a business, oftentimes that business has a book value of almost nothing. So when you end up selling it, you end up paying capital gains tax on the entire thing. And some people, when they know about these opportunities, instead of selling 100% of their company, they could end up donating 30% of the private shares into a donor advised fund, get full value for that. And then the donor advised fund can sell to the ultimate buyer, pay no capital gains tax on it. And it's just a really efficient way of funding nonprofits at a time when people have potentially more money than they need. And I think there's, and I've been in conversations with Betsy Hayes, who used to be the Chamber of Commerce executive director. She's now the development director at Mount Evans. And, you know, we have a handful of other, you know, Loaves and Fishes and Echo here in Evergreen, and, you know, could potentially be kind of a center of excellence for helping their donors understand how to be more efficient in their giving. I mean, one really easy way to figure out if you've cracked the code on giving for a nonprofit is how much of your gifts are in cash. Ultra wealthy people and wealthy people often don't have all their money sitting in the bank account, right? They own houses, they own real estate, they own businesses, and creating this type of infrastructure allows gifts to happen from where most of their assets exist, which is, like I said, business interest, real estate, et cetera. So thank you for allowing me to hop on my soapbox for a second. I just wanted to get that out there too.
Yeah, and I think maybe my final comment here is that I've seen the opposite of a good model around Jackson Hole, which is what we're doing here. I've spent 10 or so years as volunteering with a small local nonprofit. And what happens right now, if you're a business in Clear Creek County, is about 100 different people ask you for money every year. And that's stressful for everybody. And probably, I'm thinking businesses would love to give more towards something that they feel like is a big splash. And we can just make our giving economy, so to speak, more efficient through a model like this.
Well, thank you all very much for the opportunity to talk with you, and we'd love the opportunity to get to work with you. I hope you all have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
Well, thanks, Ken and Kelly. And the way that it works, I mean, this was a work session, so we're not legally allowed to make any decisions, but my expectation is the board is going to revisit this topic sometime in the near future in a context where we can make a decision.
And if you need anything else from us, please don't hesitate to ask.
Awesome.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks again. Nice.
Thank you all. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
And a safe one. Okay, so that concludes most of our open sessions for today, although we have an action session at 6:30 today for another budget presentation, a reiteration of what we saw today already, and at 7 o'clock, we have a work session with the public to discuss the Highway 103 striping project, and also really as much or maybe even more than that, discuss it in the context of county communications with our constituency, especially when we have special projects and things like that. So, but in the meantime, I think we have to head for another executive session. And do we have an idea for how long that executive session might last?
I think that it should be short. But then I didn't know that we were going to spend as much time on the one item we did this morning. So I think it would be short. I think that Martha is available if to discuss Open Space Commission, and then Sean had mentioned this morning some other things about negotiations, and I don't know if he had multiple items. So we've already covered.
That one is not time sensitive to me.
Oh,
if you're referring to what I think you're referring to, I'd like to talk about it today.
Okay, I just have got some stuff. I've got about a 15-minute period that I need to spend before 2 o'clock, and I've got a hunch that we'll spend more than a half an hour in this session. What do you anticipate?
I have multiple obligations that I've been pushing as far into the afternoon as possible. I'll remain fairly flexible. If we wanted to take an hour, I could start chipping away at stuff now, or.
No, I would think
Randy,
all I'm asking for is about 15 minutes. That's why I said I have something I have to close up by 2, and it's work related, and I just need to get to it. Some feedback I've got to give, and it's 1:15 now, and so maybe it's take 15 minutes now, even, and come in at 1:30 or 1:45, or what do you guys think? Sean, what do you think?
I have to go home and clear my driveway at some point soon, but that's it.
Okay. Why don't we, 17 minutes, why don't we come in here is 1:45 okay? And we'll give us, everybody can do what they need to with their next 25 minutes, and then we'll come in at 1:45 into exec session. We'll receive a link from Bob here in a little bit. With that, I move that we move into executive session for the following purpose.
Sheriff's got
Randy, can I get?
Yes.
Can I'll just shoot you. I got an update on the fire ban. If you want it now, or you want me to just shoot an email?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I met with Monty. It'll only take about a minute. I'll try to be fast. We're going to keep in the fire ban again until next week because this storm's going to blow out, and then we ain't going to get it. They don't forecast another one like this for until after December 9th. The south facing slopes, We will not have a 80 to 200 or $100,000 or acre fast spread. It'll be anywhere from 2 to 3,000 acre run, which a 2,000 to 3,000 acre run in Clear Creek County is a big deal, at least to me. The fuels, the 1,000-hour fuels are still only at 10%. We're down resources. We have no air tankers. We have less air support. We have one helicopter, but it ain't gonna do us much good because all of our dip sites are frozen over. We're gonna reevaluate this next Tuesday, whatever December 1st is, and then we'll go from there every week after that. But the Forest Service is gonna stay in. Boulder, Larimer, Gilpin, and us are gonna stay in for another week. That's all I got. I just want to let you guys know that.
Okay, thanks. That makes sense.
All right, thanks. Enjoy your executive session and Thanksgiving if I don't.
Thank you so much. I move that we move into executive session for the following purposes.
Discussions of the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub A. Conference with attorney for the public body for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to litigation pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub B. Determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, or determining negotiating strategies, or instructing negotiators pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub E.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 We will now move into executive session, which will begin at 1:45. We will not return to open session until later today. So I think I'll go ahead and no written minutes will be kept in the session. And now for the purposes of archive, we have completed our executive session. No written minutes were kept of the session. And see you on the other side at 1:45.
I'll send you guys an email or invite.
Thanks, Bob.